report and other events, this revenge was to take on Homeric dimensions. The power of suggestion of Stalin's magic, like that of the old magic, depended on the concealment of its methods and manipulations. Once these were, even partly, revealed, the spell was broken and gave way to revulsion and a crisis of conscience among those who had taken the world of lies and police control as the best of all possible Marxist worlds. Nevertheless, there were still many who clung desperately to the meager remains of their old faith, and new credulous believers came to fill the gaps left by those who decided to try and rediscover Marxism or by those who finally gave up hope. This story, however, will be discussed later. Here we shall only discuss the internal mechanisms of Stalin's magic. Arthur London's On Trial here provides us with exceptionally interesting material, even if London does not always draw all the conclusions which follow in sound logic. As well as confirming and illustrating what is already known and has been partly, only partly, confessed by the appropriate official authorities, London's evidence shows that the trials in fact had the aim ascribed to them in the account above. Even more important, however, in this writer's opinion, is the fact that On Trial takes the mechanism of the trials to pieces and reveals how they were planned and carried out. The starting point was a general schema reflecting the political aims it was desired to achieve, rather like the draft of a film script. There was then a discussion to discover which actors possessed the necessary combinations of characteristics for the main roles. For example, in the Budapest trial it was important that the main actor should have had many contacts with the Yugoslav communist leaders, that he should have been active in the underground, have been arrested, be of petty bourgeois origin, and so on. Since the departments responsible for the work had access to the party archives, which contained detailed biographies of active members, the selection presented no major problems. Once suitable people had been chosen, a start was made on teaching them their parts, combining for the purpose the well-tried technique of physical and mental torture and use of the subject's party experience. 53I. And formation. During this stage it could be seen whether the candidate in fact combined all the required characteristics, and whether he learned his part well or put up unexpected resistance to the instructor's convincing arguments. So the choice of actors was gradually settled, and the script finished, being filled out with new details not contained in the draft, as those who were called on, for the good of the party, to play the parts of spies, stool pigeons, degenerate petty bourgeois, Zionist Jews, and so on, once caught in the machinery, became active collaborators in the farce. The work became collective. The executioner-instructor communists and the criminal communists vied with each other in reaching perfection in the weaving of a web of history and formulating confessions. This was done with care to avoid leaving confused phrases. On such and such a date I had a meeting with the Yugoslav so and so was rejected in favor of the more precise on such and such a date I had a meeting with the Tightwast spy so and so. Once the confession had been edited, with the content, phraseology, and details the party needed, all that was left was to learn it by heart, without the slightest possibility of error, without forgetting the places where the president of the tribunal would interrupt to ask a prearranged question and, of course, the desired answer. The final result was a production of the play, the trial itself, in which everything was minutely planned, organized, and timed. Disagreeable surprises, such as those produced by Kostov at the Sofia trial or by Krestinsky at the Moscow trials, were rare. London's book contains the details of the process, of which we have given only a very schematic account. A feature which is very important in his account is the part played by what is known in Marxist-Leninist terminology as party training. At this point in our story, long explanations of the characteristic features of this training are not necessary. In every communist, the conviction of being a Marxist revolutionary overlapped with views and attitudes totally alien to Marxism. If Marx's motto, as reflected in his work, was de omnibus dubitandum *2 that of his successors a century later could be summed up in the phrase, the party is always right. And if it occasionally made mistakes, better wrong with the party than right against it. Stalin was infallible, the Soviet Union sacred. Loyalty to 532. Stalin and the Bolshevik Party, which was identified with Stalin, and to the Soviet Union, which was identified with the Bolshevik Party and Stalin, was regarded as the essential characteristic of the good militant. For more than 20 years, successive generations of communists had been trained in the sheep-like Marxism, with all its Marxian demons exorcised. Combined with blind faith in Stalin and everything that came from the USSR, the internal life of the communist parties, the habit acquired of never discussing instructions from above in a critical spirit, the invariable norm requiring unanimous, monolithic agreement, had to such an extent conditioned the minds of communists and produced in them such conditioned reflexes that they became an easy prey for any mystification wrapped up in Marxist-Leninist phrases and carrying the Soviet label. With regard to the technique of the trials, another particularly important ingredient should be noted, which also formed part of party training, the method of self-criticism. Just as criticism and discussion had been emptied of their original content to become no more than tediously approving glosses on the instructions of the leadership, so self-criticism as commonly practiced in communist parties no longer had much connection with the commonly understood meaning of the practice. The militant or body concerned generally accused himself of collective faults, and especially of those of the leadership. He played the role of the scapegoat. After the catastrophe of 1933, the leadership of the German Communist Party was the scapegoat for the errors of Stalin and the Comintern executive. In 1947, at the founding meeting of the COMINFORM, the French and Italian communist leaders were in their turn scapegoats for the opportunism of Stalin's policies during the Grand Alliance. A close connection existed between the confessions at the trials and these acts of self-criticism to which militants and parties had become accustomed. In both cases, individuals or particular bodies took on collective responsibility, while real problems were disguised or distorted and the status of higher authorities was magnified. The difference lay in the nature of the offenses and in the fact that to produce the self-criticism in the trials, torture was used. Party training was a necessary, but not a sufficient, condition to make communists agree to play the role of spies, stool pigeons, etc., in the higher interest of the party. Torture. 533. Was the midwife of these supreme sacrifices, which would have been worthy of the Aztec gods. Tardy training had prepared communists not only to act the parts of spies, but also to believe these spies' confessions when their language, structure, and style bore such a striking resemblance to those of the usual acts of self-criticism. It was completely a matter of fate whether they were called on to play one part rather than the other. London's book is a terrifying illustration of this close connection between party training, the manufacture of confessions, and the credulity with which communists accepted them. On trial, like other documents which appeared during the brief Czech spring, confirmed what had seemed clear since the 20th Congress, in spite of the absence of documentary proof, that the trials in the people's democracies were directly organized by Soviet experts. In some cases, indeed, senior figures from the Kremlin intervened on the spot. 53. The monstrous police organization controlled by Stalin and Beria, which had complete power over the Soviet state and party, as Khrushchev admitted in his secret report, also controlled all the satellites, with the help of local police forces. We saw that this was where the breaking point with Yugoslavia came, in the resistance of Tito and his colleagues to the setting up of this organization in their country. One of the aims of the trials in the people's democracies was to break down all resistance to their implantation in these countries on an even wider scale. The silence of the secret report on this point is indicative of the scale of this implantation. To reveal it would have been to strike a fatal blow against the continuance of Soviet control over the satellites. In July 1953, when the fantastic spy hunt, which had lasted for 5 years, was not yet over in the people's democracies and the No-I specialist had just died, the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party announced that the No. 2 specialist had been unmasked as an agent of imperialist intelligence. According to the confidential reports sent by the Soviet leaders to the leaders of the COMINFORM parties, the decisive proof that Beria was also a spy was a letter found on him at the time of his arrest, which was addressed to Rankovic and asked him to put Beria in touch with Tito. 54 The Great Purge of Spies and of their direct or indirect helpers, directed by the spy Beria under the control of the Great Observer, was 534. One of the essential elements at once effect and cause of the political course which dried up the revolutionary vigor of the communist parties of the people's democracies. The energy which these regimes had possessed in previous years was atrophied into the Stalinist model, carrying bureaucracy to extremes, abolishing all forms of freedom, making lying a law and law a farce. This held back technological and scientific development, falsified economic, and all other, analyses, imprisoned culture in the inanities of Stalinism, fostered the nationalism it claimed to be fighting, fed the anti-Russian feeling it claimed to be eradicating, and discredited socialist ideals. It transferred the dramas of the Soviet regime to the people's democracies, with the addition of all that involved in the loss of national independence. The brutal campaign of slander against Yugoslavia and the imposition of arbitrary Soviet orders on the people's democracies cast doubts on the Marxist hypothesis that the proletarian revolution would create brotherly relations among nations on a basis of equality and freedom. This political course was very largely conditioned by that followed in the USSR in the years between the victory over Hitler and Stalin's death. During this period the serious contradictions of the Stalinist system worsened, and the ruling bureaucracy tried to overcome them by the now traditional methods of ideological and police repression, while the Stalin personality cult grew to the proportions which are now familiar. Under pressure from the GSE internal contradictions, the struggle for power among the Kremlin cliques at the disappearance of this sinister old man intensified. These developments, and the crisis which began with Stalin's death, will be treated in a further volume of this book, together with the crisis in the people's democracies so conscientiously prepared by the great sorcerer's apprentices. These crises showed that the system still worked in the Soviet Union, where it had a solid base in a population anesthetized by 30 years of myths and political guidance and paralyzed by the ubiquitous network of the secret police, a population which wanted more than anything, after so many years of hardship and sacrifices, a little material comfort. In the people's democracies, on the other hand, the base of the system looked very fragile. The crisis here set large social groups in motion, in particular among intellectuals, students, and the working class. It revealed 535. The political weakness of the ruling bureaucracies, which had not been formed by a long organic process, as in the USSR, and who were faced by the threefold contradictory pressure of internal progressive forces, the remains of the old ruling classes and peremptory Soviet demands. The campaign against Titoism and the Western Communist parties. The communist parties of the capitalist world unanimously adopted the great ideological, political, and repressive operation organized by the Kremlin. Immediately the COMINFORM resolution against the Yugoslav Communist Party was published. The Central Committee of the Italian Party published a short statement which said, after hearing the report of comrades Togliatti and Secchia on the recent meeting of the Communist Party's Information Office, the Central Committee has approved, without the slightest reservation, the decisions taken by the Information Office. The Politburo of the French Party simultaneously made a similar statement. Following traditional practice, the controlling bodies took this serious decision without the slightest consultation with ordinary militants or intermediate officials. But at least they could pretend to be basing their judgment on fact, since they had obtained their information from their representatives at the COMINFORM meeting. On the other hand, the controlling bodies of the other parties of the capitalist world had taken no part in the affair, any more than they had in the setting up of the COMINFORM or in the discussion of the policy adopted by that body. They learned of the condemnation of the Yugoslavs from the press, but all of them immediately adopted appropriate resolutions, without asking for further explanations or waiting for them to be given, similarly approving, without any reservation, the condemnation of those who, such a short time before had been presented as model revolutionaries. They all reacted in the same way to the second COMINFORM resolution, which claimed that the Yugoslav party was in the hands of spies and assassins, and that the Yugoslav revolution had become fascist. All the communist parties of the capitalist world also approved unconditionally the Great Purge in the people's democracies, the verdicts in the successive trials, the execution, imprisonment, and political. 536. Elimination of hundreds of communists known for their long revolutionary activity. They accepted as the most natural thing in the world the transformation of these men into spies, watchdogs of imperialism and fascist monsters. For over 5 years the public and internal campaign against the Yugoslav heresy and the hunt for heretics in the people's democracies reached such proportions in the communist parties of the capitalist countries as to make the campaign against Trotskyism in the 30s seem trivial by comparison. We leaders of the Spanish Communist Party had a particularly shameful role to play. The prestige which the PCE had won in the international communist movement by its struggle in the years 1936–9 now helped to give credence to the slanderous accusations against those who had risked their lives on Spanish soil, fighting side by side with Spanish communists and anti-fascists. Pretending to be friends, and camouflaging themselves among the fighters who came from all countries to defend the cause of freedom in Spain, announced the official spokesman of the PCE, the Titewast spies helped the executioner Franco and stabbed the Spanish people in the back. Later the Titewast spies, continuing their work of provocation in the French concentration camps, caused the deaths of thousands of Spanish Republicans. The Hitlerites were able to trace and assassinate many of the most heroic Spanish fighters by using the miserable Titewast spies. 55 Each communist party made its own contribution to the Kremlin's operation. Even the Chinese communist leaders, whose own past experience placed them in a better position than anyone to understand the real issues in the Soviet-Yugoslav dispute, fell into line. As we saw in the first part of this book, Mao's resistance to the Soviet leadership preceded Tito's by several years. Just like the Yugoslav Revolution, the Chinese Revolution was able to succeed thanks to the insubordination of its leaders to Stalin, who tried to impose on them, as on the Yugoslavs, a policy of national unity subordinated to the bourgeois forces and to the requirements of the lasting compromise which Stalin was trying to reach with American imperialism. In 1949, however, the same leaders described the Yugoslavs as traitors and renegades. They declared that if they had followed the Titewast road it would never have been possible to 537. Achieve national liberation in China, which would have become a colony of imperialism like Yugoslavia. 86 Nevertheless, the attitude of the Chinese Communist Party on this occasion was more moderate and discreet than that of other parties, particularly the European ones. Differences also appeared among these, however. The honors of the anti-Tito campaign outside the socialist camp were undoubtedly won by the French Communist Party. Summarizing activity in this field and calling for its intensification, a leader of the PCF wrote in June 1950, "Hardly a day passes without the appearance in our press of reports and articles on the situation in Yugoslavia. However, this work is often very formal in character, hasty and insufficiently methodical. The quality of the texts published, and not merely their number, must rise considerably. Our press must regard reinforcing the campaign against Tito as an aim of first importance." 87 The press campaign was supplemented by the publication on a vast scale of tracts and pamphlets like the one entitled La Yugoslavie sous la terreur de Tito. The PCF did not limit itself to propaganda. It organized a mass struggle against the sending of military supplies to Tito. The action of Figeac against the manufacture of propellers for Tito, and at Nice in connection with the V2 launching ramp believed to be intended for Tito, is only a beginning. It must be extended to the whole country and in particular to areas such as Grenoble, where large orders of electrical supplies for Tito are being manufactured. 88. The PCF also organized a campaign against tourism in Yugoslavia, with the slogan, "Not a single self-respecting young worker, not a single sincerely progressive student, not a single young democratic Frenchman must go to Yugoslavia for his holidays," and against Yugoslav artistic exhibitions in France. Not only the exhibition of medieval Yugoslav art in Paris, but also showings of Yugoslav films should have been occasions for communists and supporters of peace to demonstrate in appropriate ways the sort of policy concealed behind this artistic propaganda, in appearance neutral. 538. And disinterested, which is directed at petty bourgeois intellectual circles and plays upon their wavering, unstable and credulous attitudes. With the authority of a man who, as a good Marxist, accepts only scientifically demonstrated facts and judicially proven offenses, such as the transformation of Yugoslav socialism into fascism and the crimes of the spies Rajk, Kostov, and the rest, the author of this text was appalled at the credulity and naivete of French intellectuals who were unable to see the evil, anti-Soviet, imperialist intentions behind the exhibition of Yugoslav medieval art. One blushes for the naivete of some French intellectuals who have tolerated and supported these grotesque frauds, no doubt on the pretext that this was pure art. 59. Even Yugoslav sport was a dangerous propaganda weapon of the Titoist heresy, but fortunately the communist press had proved its doctrinal firmness on the sports field and the party leadership presented this as the line to follow in cultural matters. The firm attitude of our party press on the occasion of Yugoslav sporting events should be a model of what ought to be done in the cultural field. 60. In June 1951, in the PCF Political Journal, Etienne Fajon summarized the development of Yugoslavia since the 1948 break and the lessons to be drawn from the trials in the people's democracies. The article was called The Farsightedness of the Bolshevik Party and the Crimes of the Fascist Tito Clique, and contained passages such as the following. As regards the internal situation, the Titoist clique has completed the abolition of the system of people's democracy. In order to facilitate the complete restoration of capitalism, the government last year decentralized the state sector of the economy. The management of enterprises was entrusted to so-called workers' councils, which largely rely on private capital because of the catastrophic situation of the Yugoslav economy. The exploitation of the working class in Yugoslavia is terrible. In some concerns 70% of the workers have tuberculosis. Bloody repression is practiced everywhere, especially against communists faithful to proletarian internationalism and the independence of their country. Tens of 539. Thousands of them are in prison or have been tortured to death or murdered in cowardly ways. The Belgrade government has completely eliminated the independence of the Yugoslav Republic, which is now reduced to the role of a colony and a base in the service of the American multimillionaires. As early as 1949, the trials of Rajk in Hungary and Kostov in Bulgaria made it possible to penetrate the real past of the Yugoslav ruling clique. It provided proof that they were cheap spies, with connections from many years back with the information services of Washington and London. One of the main tasks assigned to these wretches, as part of the preparations for a Third World War, was to organize plots against the new system in the people's democracies, to prepare in them, with the help of local traitors, the counter-revolutionary coups d'état essential to turn these countries into bases for attacks on the USSR. The scope of this plan, which the resolution of the Information Bureau did much to stifle at birth, has recently been illustrated by the discovery of the criminal activity of Clementes and his associates in Czechoslovakia. 61. This small sample of the action of the French Communist Party against the fascist Tito clique and in support of the trials gives an idea of the similar activity carried out by the other Western Communist parties. As we have already mentioned, however, this did not have the same virulence everywhere. The Italian Communist Party's campaign against Titoism, for example, was much less intense than that of the PCF, and its tone remained less aggressive. Looked at in retrospect, the Italian Communists' action against Titoism could be said to have lacked the zeal and unconditional support for the Soviet Union so marked in the French Communists. The report of the 7th Congress of the PCI, held in 1951, makes only the odd reference to the problem. The most explicit is by Togliatti, but in almost all the other contributions there was little sign of the problem of Titoism. 62. This can confidently be regarded as a reflection of some of the typical features of the Italian Communist Party which distinguish it from the other big Western Communist Party, and which have since developed further, and of the importance of domestic political considerations, and in particular the concern to maintain solidarity with the socialists. The PCF had nothing to lose in this respect, since its isolation could not become more complete. This was the position of most communist parties, especially in Europe and America. By 540. Acting as totally subservient instruments of Kremlin policy in its most obscurantist and repressive aspects, the Western Communist parties increased their isolation. In the years of the Cold War and McCarthyism, their complicity in Stalinist McCarthyism deprived them of moral and political authority in the eyes of large groups of democratic and progressive workers. Even the struggle against the threat of war was falsified from the moment that Yugoslavia was included among the principal bases of American imperialism as a mystification to disguise the explosive situation created by Stalin's policies on Yugoslavia's frontiers with the socialist camp. Even within the parties, in spite of their monolithic appearance and the credulity of their members for the treason of Tito, Rajk, Kostov, Gomulka, and the others, in spite of the characteristics of party formation examined above, doubt began to worm its way into the minds of many communists. In an indirect and distorted way, this began to be reflected in the speeches of the leaders. Militants and party organizations are a long way from always opposing an insuperable barrier to these attempts at police penetration, Thérèse announced in his report to the 13th Congress of the PCF. The workers, in their natural straightforwardness, cannot imagine the mean methods of prying and provocation to which their class enemies resort. Many comrades show a credulity and naivete which the informers exploit to carry out their vile task. In spite of this, the trials of the traitors Rajk and Kostov have shown that these spies and their leader Tito have long been in the pay of the Anglo-American information services. Can we believe that the present governments and their American bosses are not trying to slip their agents into the working class and democratic movement? Do we not see the use they make of their Tightwast subsidiary and the Trotskyite splinter groups? 63. Starting from these reflections by the General Secretary, Etienne Fajon explained the action which should be taken. We must strike without hesitation, in public, with a large-scale campaign of political explanation, each time a Tightwast agent or any other police spy is found in the party. We must beware of paying attention to possible 54I recantations. These are merely following the rules of the double game, which has always been taught to the enemy's agents. 64. The examples of Tito, Rajk, Kostov, Gomulka, and the others were to be the models for detecting police penetration within the party. The struggle which was necessary against this threat, which any revolutionary militant could understand, was used to crush any signs of doubt or dissent, and in particular any doubts about Stalin's policies. As the PCF Intellectual Journal put it, what had happened to Tito and other spies showed how treason inevitably begins at the moment a communist questions his unconditional loyalty to the USSR. 65. In this atmosphere of ideological terrorism, spy fever and police provocation, communists who had doubts about what was happening in the socialist camp generally chose to keep quiet rather than fall into the category of spies and agents provocateurs. Even internal arguments which were now beginning, or had begun in the previous period, and had no connection with the Tito question were now described as part of the great plot of imperialist intelligence which had been discovered through the far-sighted vigilance of Stalin. In the Spanish Communist Party, for example, a series of cases took place between the defeat of the Republic and 1949. The case of the fascist Tito gang in Yugoslavia, the trial of Rajk and his accomplices in Hungary, and now the accusation against Kostov in Bulgaria show that the Anglo-American information services made enormous efforts during our war to infiltrate their agents into the communist parties. They show that these services inherited agents recruited by the Gestapo from the cowards and renegades, the traitors to the party, who fell into their hands. Something similar happened in Spain. The party is familiar with the experiences of Monzon, Trilla, and some others, who became enemy agents. The enemy took advantage of the exceptional circumstances in which they acted for a time to give them the aura of resistance fighters and heroes. They urged them to penetrate the Central Committee and Political Bureau of the party. Indeed, for a time they succeeded in raising themselves to the leadership of party organizations in France, North Africa, and even in Spain. If the party and its leadership had been weak in dealing with these traitors, if they had not taken vigorous measures to remove them, how far might things not have gone? They 542 would have been Spanish Titos, Rajks, Kostovs. This is precisely what happened before, with the group of agents around Hernandez and Castro, and, earlier still, in the PSU in Catalonia, with Del Barrio, Sarah Palmes, Victor Colomer, Ferrer, and co. The party and its leadership did not hesitate to sweep away this refuse, in the knowledge that purges strengthened the party. If they had allowed such degenerate and corrupt elements to remain in the party, if they had compromised with them, how would we be led today, by our Marxist-Leninist-Stalinist revolutionary principles, our identification with the front of the Communist and Workers' parties, with the Bolshevik Party and the Great Stalin, or by the gangsters and adventures of the Franco and Anglo-Saxon intelligence services? The answer is obvious: by purging itself of the imitators of Rajk and Kostov, of the enemy agents, the party has become stronger and solider. Lastly, the expulsion of the traitor Comarera from the ranks of the PSUC is another step in this direction. By acting in this way, our party is being faithful to the teaching and example of the Bolshevik Party. 68. In all this list of cases none involved treason, as had to be admitted later, though it was never said in public. Only one of those mentioned, Enrique Castro, went over, many years later, to support Franco. There were political differences, internal struggles for the leadership or problems of personal corruption, but neither spying nor police plants, at least no evidence for them has been produced. The reputation of some of these men as resistance fighters, for example, Monzon and others not mentioned, such as Quiñones, was not manufactured by the enemy, but came from the part they in fact played, with their successes and their mistakes. There were few communist parties which failed to discover in their ranks Tietoist, anti-Soviet or nationalist agents and police spies, and even if they could not compete with the parties in power in organizing trials, they went as far as the particular conditions of capitalism allowed. The most spectacular case was that of André Marty and Charles Tillon, an event which shook the French party towards the end of 1952. Both were members of the party's political bureau, and both had won prestige by their part in the insurrection of French sailors in the Black Sea in support of the new Soviet Republic and by their part in the Spanish Civil War. Tillon was one of the principal organizers of the armed forces of 543. The French resistance. Both were accused of serious offenses, which were summed up in the following charges: that they had questioned the Stalinist political leadership of the General Secretary of the party, Comrade Maurice Thérèse, and had organized a factional conspiracy against the leader who was the guarantee of, among the other virtues of the party, its unconditional and unfailing adherence to the Soviet Union. 67 Both men, according to their accusers, had shown alarming signs of anti-Soviet nationalism, which naturally made them slip down the same slope as Tito. Their views are closely similar to those of Tito. Among the symptoms of Marty's inadmissible suspicion of the Soviet Union, it was mentioned that on a visit to Moscow in 1949 he had shown suspicion, to say no more, of the security organs of the Socialist State. 68 Since old Marty refused to confess, the political bureau decided that he was a police spy, and as such he was expelled from the party. Tillon was reduced to ordinary membership and condemned to political ostracism. As well as these spectacular cases, the PCF had others of less importance, such as that of Professor Marcel Prenant, who was accused of anti-Sovietism for casting doubt on the biological theories of Lysenko. The Histoire du PCF, written by a group of militants who at this period began to come into conflict with Stalinist methods, gives the following description of the situation within the party: fear of slanderous accusations reduced militants to silence. The depositions, trials, and arbitrary expulsions aroused doubts among many comrades. For anyone who had doubts, it was the beginning of a long moral martyrdom. He was accused on all sides and ruined whatever he did. If he agreed to the thoroughgoing self-criticism demanded of him, he supplied the material for his condemnation. If he refused to accuse himself of errors and crimes which he had not committed, his resistance of self-criticism * was taken as proof of his position as a conscious agent of anti-communism. While the commissions of inquiry * in the people's democracies and the USSR carried the investigation of charges as far as torture and death, the Central Control Commission of the party drummed up evidence * and framed the accused militant to the point of dishonorable expulsion. 69. 544. In France, as in other countries, many militants silently left the party, while others remained by suppressing their doubts, which were soon to be given dramatic confirmation. In general, however, only a few intellectuals took the step of expressing public disapproval and resigning from the party. 70 Among non-communist left-wing intellectuals, disapproval of the course taken by the communist parties and the USSR was practically universal. During the war and the first few years after it, the European communist parties had considerably increased their influence in intellectual circles. The reappearance of the Stalinist Inquisition provoked an abrupt reaction. On top of Stalinism, the trials, and the campaign of lies against Yugoslavia came the first report of concentration camps in the USSR. The combination was more than enough to make any independent thinker, not protected by party blinkers, wonder about the nature of the regime and the political party which could produce and include such phenomena. A symptomatic feature was the fact that the French edition of Kessler's Le0 et Tunfini sold more than 400,000 copies. 71 To add a final touch to the resemblance which is apparent at this period between the communist movement and the medieval church, the Stalin cult, which had begun in the 30s and been intensified during the war and the post-war period, began, after 1948, to take on a tone of mystical love. The end of George Dej's report on the Yugoslav Communist Party in the Power of Assassins and Spies is a particularly good example of this. The COMINFORM meeting at which this report was presented took place just before Stalin's 70th birthday. The transports of anathemas launched against the enemy were matched by the violence with which the savior was extolled. From all the comers of the planet, caravans of offerings arrived at the Kremlin. Molotov's and Malenkov's articles on such a solemn occasion, after describing the earthly journey of the guide and his immortal deeds and writings, ended as follows. This is why the trust of the workers of our country in the wise leadership. 545. Of Comrade Stalin is so unlimited, why their faith in the inspiration of Stalin is so strong, why the love of the Soviet people and the workers of the whole world for Comrade Stalin is so immense. The peoples of the Soviet Union, and hundreds of millions from all the peoples of the world turn their eyes in gratitude towards Comrade Stalin. Progressive mankind sees in Comrade Stalin its guide and beloved master and has confidence because it knows that the cause of Lenin and Stalin is invincible. 72. Would that man be a communist whose heart did not overflow with affection for Stalin, the leader and friend whose 70th birthday we have celebrated with joy, exclaimed Thérèse to a storm of applause at the 12th Congress of the PCF. 73. Among the innumerable panegyrics of these years, none sums up better the bigotry which dominated the party than the painful criticism of Picasso's portrait of Stalin which appeared in Les Lettres Françoises. Where does this picture express the goodness and love of men which can be found in any photograph of Comrade Stalin? Totally fails to reflect the intelligence and brotherhood which adorn Stalin's character. Expresses nothing of what we feel about our beloved friend, the father of us all, the man we love above all, whose death we cannot bring ourselves to believe in. The nobility and kindness which distinguish the immortal face of Stalin in the highest degree are more than absent. Where are the glow, the smile, the intelligence, in a word, the humanity, so clear in portraits of our dear Stalin? Picasso is in danger of spreading misunderstanding and confusion among communists and the friends of our party. 74. This was the essence of the complaint. Until then, everything had been perfectly simple for good communists, and it was a great pity that the great artist's irreverent genius should spread confusion in this way. A few days later, a report which no good communist would normally have believed turned attention away from the uninspired face produced by Picasso's pencil. A statement dated April 4 from the Ministry of the Interior of the USSR announced the rehabilitation and release of the leading medical specialists arrested some months earlier on charges of plotting against the Soviet regime. The case had been reported on January 13. According to Pravda, these leading representatives of Soviet 546 medicine, who had been several times decorated with the Order of Lenin, had confessed that, instead of doing all they could to care for Zdanov and other party leaders, they had made a deliberate attempt to murder them by means of their medical treatment, and later they had begun preparations to murder Stalin and some military leaders. Mostly Jews, they confessed to working on behalf of Zionism and American intelligence. 75 Now this was all a lie, and the confessions were said in the April 4 statement to have been extorted by torture, in violation of legality. With a few exceptions, particularly among communist doctors, who found it hard to believe in the picture of doctors committing murder in the course of their work, most communists had once more believed in the existence of the plot. Pravda had said it, truth had spoken. Soviet justice, justice itself, declared it. Moreover, after 5 years of unbroken conspiracies, it had become a habit. If so many eminent communists with brilliant revolutionary pasts had been no more than monsters with human faces, why should there not be monsters with human faces and stethoscopes? What communists could not believe was the statement of April 4. This was much more likely to spread confusion than Picasso's portrait. For the first time in the history of the Soviet regime, it was officially admitted that a plot, identical with so many others, had been nothing but a farce. For the first time the use of torture was admitted. For the first time it was admitted that important chiefs of Soviet security manufactured fake plots and extorted confessions by the use of torture. Suddenly everything began to seem confused. In order to re-establish clarity, particularly in view of the many conspiracies and trials it might prove necessary to cancel, the heirs of the deceased needed to invent a highly placed scapegoat. No one fitted the bill better, to start with, than the supreme head of the secret police. With the new Azev unmasked, 76, everything became plain once more. American Samoa. The political bureau of the guiding party of Western communism announced. The political bureau of the French Communist Party is in complete solidarity with the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which, in unmasking the agent of International Imperi 547, Alism, Beria, has performed another very great service for the cause of the international workers' movement. The French Communist Party approves and congratulates the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, for foiling the plans of Beria to take over the leadership of party and state with the ultimate aim of restoring capitalism, for preventing this criminal from sabotaging the consolidation and development of Soviet agriculture and weakening the kolkhozes in an attempt to create difficulties for the food supplies of the Soviet Union, for making it impossible for this agent of the imperialists to damage the friendship of the peoples of the USSR, the fundamental base of the multinational socialist state. The hopes placed by the imperialists in their agent Beria have proved vain, and nothing can prevent the glorious Communist Party of the Soviet Union, model for all communist and workers' parties, more united and stronger than ever, from leading the Soviet Union in its onward march on the road to the building of communism. 77. Nevertheless, Marx's motto, De omnibus dubitandum, had sunk its first roots in the consciousness of thousands of communists. The breach made in the Stalinist monolith by the Yugoslav Revolution began to widen. 548. 8. The East takes over. For the Chinese Communists, who are part of the great Chinese nation, flesh of its flesh and blood of its blood, any talk of Marxism in isolation from China's characteristics is merely Marxism in the abstract, Marxism in a vacuum. Hence to apply Marxism concretely in China becomes a problem which it is urgent for the whole party to understand and solve. Foreign stereotypes must be abolished. Dogmatism must be laid to rest and be replaced with the Chinese style and spirit. To separate internationalist content from national form is the practice of those who do not understand the first thing about internationalism. Mao Zedong, 1938. In December 1947, when in the two Europes the communist parties were entering the dismal period of the COMINFORM and capitalism was discovering a new energy throughout the West, Mao Zedong made the following announcement to the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party: the Chinese People's Revolutionary War has now reached a turning point. That is, the Chinese People's Liberation Army has beaten back the offensive of several million reactionary troops of Chiang Kai-shek, the running dog of the United States of America, and gone over to the offensive. This is a turning point in history. It is a turning point from growth to extinction for imperialist rule in China, now over 100 years old. This is a momentous event. It is momentous because it is occurring in a country with a population of 475 million and, having occurred, it will certainly culminate in victory throughout the country. Furthermore, it is momentous because it is occurring in the East, where 549, over 1,000 million people, half of mankind, suffer under imperialist oppression. 1. It was indeed true that the turning point in the Chinese Civil War in the second half of 1947 was a historic event. From that point the Revolutionary Army's offensive swept on without interruption until the revolution was victorious throughout the country. On October 1, 1949 the People's Republic of China came officially into existence. While the working class movement in the West, after letting slip the exceptional opportunity offered by the second great crisis of the capitalist system, was floundering on the path of reformism, an army of peasants, with communist leaders drawn mainly from the intelligentsia, was submerging Peking and Shanghai, Nanking and Canton. The bridgeheads of European and American capitalism on the eastern edge of Asia were falling into the hands of the biggest agrarian and anti-imperialist revolution in history. And it was the intention of this revolution, or, to be precise, the aim of the party which, with it, had seized power in October 1, 1949, to develop into a socialist revolution. Until 1917, all Marxists, including Lenin, thought that the Asiatic societies would inevitably have to go through the stage of capitalist development. At the Second Congress of the Communist International, Lenin modified his view on the matter and suggested that with the help of the proletariat of the advanced countries the Asian revolutions could miss out the capitalist stage. The Communist Party of China now made its preparations to put this view to its first test. 2. It could certainly have no illusions about the help to be expected from the proletariat of the advanced countries, which had not only failed to take power in any of those countries but had also made not the slightest effort to prevent American intervention in support of Chiang Kai-shek. On the other hand, there was the Soviet Union and the people's democracies. The Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany had been one of the decisive factors in creating the international situation in which the victory of the Chinese Revolution was possible. Not merely by its role in the defeat of Japan, but by its very existence, the military power of the Soviet Union had been a considerable check on American intervention in China. 8. 550. Nevertheless, the possibility of obtaining help from the Soviet Union in the period now beginning must have seemed fraught with difficulties in the eyes of the Chinese party leaders. The Cold War which Stalin launched against the revolution which had dared to keep its autonomy and originality, in addition to the methods which he used to control and reduce to uniformity the other people's democracies, were a sharp illustration for the new China of the two roles between which the Kremlin could force it to choose, vassal or enemy. Were Mao and his close collaborators aware of this alternative? There is not enough information to give a definite answer. Mao's group did, however, have experience of dealings with Moscow which must have helped them to understand the Soviet-Yugoslav dispute. There were also certain features of the ideological formation and political activity of the leading group of the Chinese party which tended in the same direction. These features arose out of the objective characteristics of the Chinese Revolution and were deliberately cultivated from the time Mao took over the leadership of the party. What has already been said in Part 1 on the first stage of the Chinese Revolution need not be repeated here, but we shall consider very schematically some moments in the later period which are directly relevant to this problem. The Chinese Revolution and the Grand Alliance. At the end of Part 1 we reproduced Mao's statement of 1943, according to which, after its 7th Congress, the Communist International made no further interventions in the internal problems of the Chinese Party. We suggested that this fact could be explained by the coincidence which existed from 1935 onwards between the Chinese Communist Party's policy of a united anti-Japanese front, the Comintern's Popular Front policy, and the Soviet foreign policy of the period. But this coincidence did not exclude important divergences. While the Comintern's Popular Front policy very closely followed the requirements of Soviet foreign policy, this was not true of the Chinese Party's policy 55I of the United Anti-Japanese Front. For the Maoist leadership this tactic presupposed permanent struggle to ensure the predominance of the revolutionary forces within the temporary alliance with the Kuomintang. Moscow's attitude was different. In 1937 the Soviet government had signed a pact with the Kuomintang government, which provided for aid in the form of military material and specialists, and its main desire was that Chiang Kai-shek should devote his army to the war against Japan, instead of using a large part of it to attack communist bases. But for Chiang the communists were the main enemy. As he put it on one occasion, the Japanese are a disease of the skin, the communists are a disease of the heart. 5. The undeclared civil war between the Chinese Communist Party and the Kuomintang could only be ended if Mao made fundamental concessions, if he submitted to the leadership of the Kuomintang and disbanded his forces within Jiang's army. This was the course the Kremlin was urging him to take by making use of old party militants like Wang Ming, who unreservedly supported Stalin's policies. 6. This pressure became more direct after Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union. In April 1941 Moscow, abandoning its previous policy of alliance with official China, made the non-aggression pact with Japan which has already been mentioned. The Chinese Party kept an eloquent silence in the face of this action, which placed it in a similar position to that of the European Communist parties after the German-Soviet Pact. The April Pact made it easier for the Japanese to consolidate and extend the positions they had won in China and, in particular, removed pressure from the Japanese forces occupying the north of the country, which could now be launched against the main communist bases. 7. It hardly needs saying that Stalin did not consult the Chinese communist leaders when he decided on the pact with Japan, and from the information at present available it seems that he gave them no military aid in the preceding period, while he did supply aid to the Kuomintang. 8. But when Germany attacked the USSR and it looked likely that Japan, in spite of the pact, would do the same, Stalin remembered the existence of the Chinese Communists. He now asked them to use all their military forces against the much stronger Japanese forces. He asked them to make efforts, which in fact meant concessions, to strengthen unity. 552. With the Kuomintang. This was revealed recently by Communist, the official journal of the Soviet Party. Mao and his sectarians openly sabotaged our party's proposals, which were that the Japanese forces should be paralysed by joint action and prevented from attacking the USSR at a moment when the Hitlerite army was achieving short-lived successes on the German-Soviet front. Mao's passivity in the war against Japan, when the interests of the international proletariat required the maximum acceleration of anti-fascist operations, is shown by numerous facts. It is enough to recall that from 1941 to 1942 the strength of the units of the People's Army used against the Japanese decreased steadily. In January 1943 the Soviet correspondent in Yenin reported that all the troops had received orders not to engage in operations against Japan, and to fall back if contact were, by chance, made. Their duty was, as far as possible, to reach a truce with the enemy. 9. In a distorted, and indeed slanderous, form the communist version reveals the real conflict which grew up between Mao's strategy and Stalin's. Realizing the overwhelming superiority of the Japanese in weapons and normal military organization, Mao systematically avoided making the People's Army fight conventional battles. He applied on a large scale the tactic of guerrilla warfare, which had been tried out and developed into a theory as early as the Qiangxi period. According to one of the best Western observers, military operations by communist troops were extremely fragmented, partly because their political aims led them to spread over as large an area as possible in order to establish contact with the population, and partly because their arms and equipment were infinitely inferior to those of the Japanese. Their guerrilla warfare was even further removed from regular war than were the Qiangxi campaigns. They worked in small units, never larger than a regiment. 10. This method of fighting was very closely connected with the implantation of the new revolutionary power in the large rural areas in the 553 provinces occupied by the Japanese. In short, Mao was applying the theory of protracted war which he had developed in 1938. He did not exclude a transition to mobile warfare at a later stage. Since the war is protracted and ruthless, it is possible for the guerrilla units to undergo the necessary steeling and gradually to transform themselves into regular forces, so that their mode of operation is gradually regularized and guerrilla warfare develops into mobile warfare. 11. The sudden collapse of Japan after Hiroshima meant that this phase did not occur in the war against Japan, but Mao's strategy had not been devised merely with this war in mind. Its long-term perspective was the inevitable continuation of the armed struggle against the reactionary forces of the Kuomintang. Its plan was to accumulate forces for an eventual civil war, not to sacrifice them prematurely. In other words, the ultimate goal of Mao's strategy was not the limited one of national liberation, it included social revolution. It is well known that the close connection between these two aspects was the secret of the communist victory in China. Mao's politico-military strategy was opposed to Stalin's at different levels. As long as there was a danger of a Japanese attack on the Soviet Far East, that is, until about 1943, the dispute appeared mainly as one of military tactics, as communists now recognized. While Mao was keeping forces in reserve and preparing them for the coming Chinese Revolution, Stalin wanted both Mao and Chiang to throw all their military contingents against the Japanese. The Americans had an equal interest in this as a means of bringing some relief to their war effort in the Pacific. On his side, Chiang was keeping the Kuomintang army in reserve for the inevitable settlement of accounts with the communists. At the beginning of the war, Chiang had thought that the Japanese might help him to destroy the communists. Taking advantage of the fact that the People's Army was at that time under the formal authority of the national government, he sent it to attack the main body of the invading forces. 12. Mao did not fall into the trap. He disobeyed Chiang as he was later to disobey Stalin. If he had given way to Stalin's insistence in 554, 194-123, the Revolutionary Army would have largely worn itself out, and when Japan capitulated, the Chinese Communists would have found themselves at the mercy of the Kuomintang and the Americans. It should be borne in mind as a fundamental element in the situation that throughout the period of the war against Japan, the Chinese Communists received no military aid from the Soviets. Stalin called on the Chinese Communists to intensify their military operations against the Nippon Army, but he did nothing to lessen their tragic inferiority in weapons. 13. On a more general political level, Mao's strategy conflicted with the Kremlin's longer-term aims. The Chinese Party's revolutionary ambition, the victory of communism in China, could hardly be reconciled with Stalin's great hope of reaching an agreement with the United States, in Asia as well as in Europe, on the basis of a division of spheres of interest. Even on the most optimistic view, such a division was only possible in Asia if a regime took root in China in which the communists were under the control of the national bourgeoisie led by Chiang Kai-shek. This is why Stalin never ceased his pressure on the CPC leadership to reach a compromise of this kind with the Kuomintang. At the same time, he supported the American policy which sought to make Chiang Kai-shek abandon his ingrained anti-communism and make certain concessions to the Chinese Party in order to ease its integration into a Kuomintang regime. In the autumn of 1944, Roosevelt sent General Hurley as ambassador to Chiang. On his way, Hurley stopped in Moscow and examined the situation in China with Molotov. Relying on this interview, he managed to convince the Chinese dictator of the following points: Russia is not supporting the Communist Party in China, Russia does not want dissensions or civil war in China, and Russia desires more harmonious relations with China. 14. In conversations with Hurley and Hopkins, Stalin declared that the Soviet aim was the reunification of China under the control of Chiang Kai-shek. Hopkins informed Truman that Stalin had promised that he would do everything he could to promote the unification of China under Chiang Kai-shek, and had said that no communist leader was strong enough to unify China. 1518. These statements, which are attributed to Stalin and his assistants by American politicians, might be taken as diplomatic cunning were they not supported by other facts and by the whole orientation of Stalin's Grand Alliance policy. On August 14, 1945, Moscow signed a Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance with Chiang Kai-shek, under the terms of which, and in accordance with the secret agreement made at Yalta, the USSR recovered the bases and concessions which Tsarist Russia had stolen from China and lost in the Russo-Japanese War of 1905. Jiang's government fiercely resisted these Russian claims. This was the moment when, one after another, the Western powers were renouncing their former concessions in China, and when China was being given the status of a great power and a permanent member of the UN Security Council, and gave way only after Stalin promised not to support the Chinese Communists. This, at least, is the version of some historians. 17. It is supported up to a certain point by the events which followed the capitulation of Japan, but only up to a certain point. The Soviet army which liberated Manchuria, for example, did not give the Chinese Communists the vital help it could have given them. Instead of handing over to them the industrial installations of the region, which were the largest in China, the army dismantled them and sent them to Russia as war booty. Instead of allowing them to take power in Mukden, the main railway junction and industrial center of Manchuria, and other cities, the Soviet authorities made an agreement with Chiang to hand them over to his troops. When they were in a position to transport units of the People's Army to Peking and other cities of North China in advance of the nationalists, they did not do so, with the result that the nationalists, ferried by American ships and aircraft, were able to establish themselves there. On the other hand, the Soviet military authorities did not prevent the People's Army and Chinese Communist organizations from extending their organization into the agricultural areas of Manchuria, or even from taking over towns such as Changchun and Harbin. Most important of all, this was Stalin's great gift to the Chinese Communists, the Soviet. 556. Command handed over to Mao's troops a share of the weapons of the Japanese army in Manchuria. 18. In other words, Stalin was holding out one hand to Mao and the other to Chiang, and at the same time pushing them to come to terms. He ratified the recognition of Chiang as head of the Chinese state and gave him some help in establishing his authority in the north, but insisted that Chiang should take the communists into his government. Stalin enabled Mao to lessen a little his inferiority in weapons, but in return he pressed him to make concessions to the Kuomintang. Revolutionary War or National Unity *. For information about Stalin's pressure on Mao, there is a first-class source whose version, to the best of our knowledge, has never been denied by Moscow. This was mentioned in a previous chapter and will now be reproduced with more detail. According to Cardinal J. in February 1948, Stalin gave him and Dimitrov the following account. After the war we invited the Chinese comrades to come to Moscow and we discussed the situation in China. We told them bluntly that we considered the development of the uprising in China had no prospects, that the Chinese comrades should seek a modus vivendi with Chiang Kai-shek, and that they should join the Chiang Kai-shek government and dissolve their army. The Chinese comrades agreed here in Moscow with the views of the Soviet comrades, but went back to China and acted quite otherwise. They mustered their forces, organized their armies, and now, as we see, they are beating Chiang Kai-shek's army. Now in the case of China we admit we were wrong. 19. 557. The negotiations between Mao and Chiang, which began in September 1945, produced no practical result. While the negotiations were going on, Chiang ordered his troops to attack the areas held by the Communists, and Mao ordered his to resist and to crush the attackers. 20 By the autumn of 1945 the Civil War was an undeniable fact. Soviet and American pressure, the aim of which was to impose a national unity solution on the two armed forces confronting each other in China, increased. At the Foreign Ministers' Conference in December 1945, the Big Three agreed on the need for a united and democratic China led by a government of national unity and based on a broad integration of democratic elements into all the organs of the national government and on an end to civil disorders. 21 The negotiations between the Kuomintang and the Chinese Communist Party began again with increased urgency. In January 1946 a consultative political conference was held, which decided on a truce in military operations. The conference adopted a long series of resolutions which seemed to meet the provisions of the Big Three agreement, but were in fact only a cover for Jiang's preparations to resume the offensive against the revolutionary forces and those of the communists to put up effective resistance to the counter-revolutionary forces. Meanwhile, in Washington, advocates of increased aid to the Chinese dictator, to enable him to establish himself by military force, gained strength. By the summer of 1946 the Civil War had spread to the whole country and, in spite of occasional new efforts at negotiation, grew steadily in intensity until the total collapse of the Kuomintang. Chiang Kai-shek returned to the attack in July 1946. At that moment his army enjoyed a heavy superiority in numbers of regular units and in weapons. It had 500 aircraft, mostly piloted by Americans, whereas the People's Army had no planes until the victory. It had the help of thousands of American officers and advisors and was very generously supported financially by Washington. For a year, up to the summer of 1947, the nationalists seemed to be going from victory to victory. In reality, they were occupying towns which the People's Army, following a well-tried strategy, was not defending. They were lengthening their lines of communication and dispersing their forces in areas which were hostile and riddled with revolutionary agitation. The People's Army fought 558. Only where it had a clear superiority. It extended and consolidated the new power in ever vaster rural areas, where the agrarian revolution automatically became a tangible reality. It encircled towns, cut lines of communication and isolated the nationalist divisions. At the same time the communists intensified their underground activity in the urban centers held by the enemy, winning over doubters and taking advantage of the dissensions inside the Kuomintang's corrupt political and military apparatus. The relation of forces very soon turned in favor of the communists. Between the summer of 1947 and that of 1948 the People's Army went steadily over to the attack, in Manchuria, in North China and in Central China. The stage predicted by Mao in his theory of prolonged war was beginning, the transition from a guerrilla war to a mobile war. A whole series of spectacular victories followed during the autumn of 1948. The People's Army liberated Manchuria, took hundreds of thousands of prisoners and seized large quantities of war material. Superiority in weapons and regular troops swung to the side of the revolutionary forces. In January 1949 the People's Army entered Peking. In the spring it crossed the Yangtze and entered Nanking and Shanghai. It reached Canton in the autumn. By the end of the year the whole of continental China, apart from a few outlying regions which were liberated shortly afterwards, was under the control of the new revolutionary power. The turn of the Civil War which took place in the summer of 1947, rapid and victorious offensive of the Revolutionary Army, which took it in a year from Manchuria to Canton, cannot be explained simply by the skill acquired by the Communists in political and military tactics as a result of 25 years' experience of revolutionary war. Nor can it be explained merely by the Communists' revolutionary fighting spirit, discipline, self-sacrifice and operational efficiency. Without all these factors the victory would not have been possible, but they alone are not a complete explanation, and in particular do not explain the speed of the counteroffensive. Among the main causes of the collapse of the Kuomintang, all those who have studied the period of the Chinese Revolution point to its own internal decay, its incompetence and its corruption. Apart from the 559 Chinese communist leaders, one of the first to realize this was Marshall. His mission to China, before he took over the State Department in February 1947, enabled him to get to know Jiang's regime from the inside. In 1947, at an interministerial meeting, he forecast its collapse. In February 1948 he told the National Security Council that under present conditions of disorder, of corruption, inefficiency, and impotence of central government, Chinese problems were practically insoluble. 22 But the impotence and the breakdown of Jiang's regime were only the reflection of a deeper reality, the advanced stage of revolutionarization of Chinese society. The revolution organized, programmed, and embodied by the People's Army and the Communist Party of China made contact in its advance with a diffused, spontaneous and ubiquitous revolution. After 30 years of civil wars, peasants' and workers' uprisings, revolutionary guerrilla warfare, the Japanese invasion and the War of National Liberation, this had established itself in people's minds and had severely disrupted traditional structures. The Japanese invasion was the crucial test for all the political forces which claimed to be able to solve the problems of this changing China. After revealing itself in 1925-7 as the enemy of the agrarian revolution, the Kuomintang had shown itself incapable, in 1937-45, of organizing national resistance. It compromised itself by directly or indirectly collaborating with the enemy on many occasions. On the other hand, the Chinese Communist Party, which during the First and Second Civil Wars had become known as the Party of Revolution, during the war against Japan also became known as the Party of National Independence. Political and social groups which swung between it and the Kuomintang went over to its side, or asked for a genuine alliance with it when Japan capitulated. Chiang Kai-shek's government would not have been able to set up its power over the greater part of the territory without the existence of a set of factors unrelated to the underlying reality of the country. These included the US-Japanese agreement that the Japanese forces should surrender only to Jiang's troops and the transport of Jiang's troops by American ships and aircraft to Central and North China, the international status of Jiang's government, the Sino-Soviet 560 Treaty of August 1945 which strengthened the nationalist government in its struggle with the revolutionary forces, and the behavior of the Soviet Army in the north and Manchuria in implementing this treaty, and finally the active aid of all sorts with which the American government immediately supplied Jiang's. The Kuomintang regime was really restored artificially, imposed on a country which was demanding just what the regime intended to prevent: civil peace, radical social changes and real national independence. From the moment of liberation from the Japanese yoke, the Kuomintang showed itself to be the party of civil war, the enemy of all social change and the instrument of a new foreign domination, that of the United States. There were only two possibilities which would enable it to consolidate its power for any length of time, either that it would crush the communists by military force or that they would capitulate politically, allow themselves to be integrated into the regime, disband their military forces, submit to Chiang Kai-shek's leadership and for all practical purposes abandon their revolutionary program. From the point of view of the Kuomintang, the previously mentioned negotiations were a tactical maneuver to gain time and prepare their military forces to bring about the first solution, while at the same time exploring the possibility of the second. If the leadership of the Chinese party had given way to Stalin's demands, the second possibility might have come about. The communists would have found themselves once more the prisoners of the Kuomintang, as in 1925-7, and the tragedy of that period might have been repeated at any moment. If, in Western Europe, national unity led to the exclusion of communist ministers and the isolation of the parties, in Chinese conditions a similar type of national unity would very probably have resulted in a new massacre of communists. One of the historic virtues of Mao and his colleagues is their complete clarity on this question, which appears in documents of the period. Both in the period immediately before the capitulation of Japan and in that which followed it, Mao entertained no illusions, he considered civil war unavoidable, and prepared the party to face it. In his report to the 7th Congress of the party, 2 months before the capitulation of Japan, he said, 561. To this day the chief ruling clique in the Kuomintang is persisting in its reactionary policy of dictatorship and civil war. There are many signs that it has long been making, and is now stepping up, preparations to unleash civil war as soon as the forces of a certain allied country have cleared a considerable part of the mainland of the Japanese aggressors. It also hopes that the generals of certain allied countries will do the same job in China as the British General Scobie has been doing in Greece. 23. Later in his report, he referred to the experience of 1927. In 1944 the Kuomintang government presented a so-called memorandum demanding that the Communist Party should disband, within a definite time limit, 4/5 of the armed forces of the liberated areas. In 1945, during the most recent negotiations, it has further demanded the handing over of all the armed forces of the liberated areas by the Communist Party, after which it will grant the Communist Party legal status. These people tell the Communists, "Hand over your troops and we will grant you freedom." According to their theory, a political party that does not have any army should enjoy freedom. Yet whatever freedom the Chinese Communist Party enjoyed during 1924-7, when it had only a small armed force, vanished with the Kuomintang government's policies of party purge and massacre. 24. Mao ended his final speech to the Congress with these words. At this moment two congresses are being held in China, the 6th National Congress of the Kuomintang and the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party. They have completely different aims. The aim of the one is to liquidate the Communist Party and all the other democratic forces in China, and thus to plunge China into darkness. The aim of the other is to overthrow Japanese imperialism and its lackeys, the Chinese feudal forces, and build a new democratic China and thus lead China to light. 28. Immediately after the September negotiations, Mao told a meeting of party activists, "The Kuomintang and the Communist Party are sure to fail in their negotiations, sure to start fighting and sure to break with each other. But the negotiations were necessary. By agreeing to them." 562. The Communists had exploded the rumor spread by the Kuomintang that the Communist Party did not want peace and unity. 26. The bogey of Chinese TITOISM. The Maoists have not yet revealed the history of the struggle inside the party during these years. From documents available at present, such as the document of April 1946 already quoted, 27, it appears that some influential leaders of the CPC supported the solution for which Stalin was pressing, that a modus vivendi with Chiang Kai-shek should be reached at all costs. In their eyes the revolutionary war was doomed to failure from the moment the Kremlin began to look for a compromise with the United States. It is likely that Stalin's pressure on the leadership of the Chinese party persisted until at least the end of 1946 or the beginning of 1947. In December 1946 Stalin told Roosevelt's son that the Soviet government was prepared to follow a common policy with the United States on Far Eastern questions. 28. During the years 1945 and 1946 the Soviet and Western European Communist press published almost no news about the Chinese People's Army, the revolutionary changes in the liberated areas and the rest. They limited themselves in general to denouncing the support from reactionary circles in the United States for reactionary circles in the Kuomintang, making this support appear the main obstacle to a policy of national unity. And, as we have already seen, Zdanov's report to the founding meeting of the COMINFORM mentioned China only in relation to this intervention. The revolutionary content of the Civil War was not mentioned, and the problem of the solidarity of the international proletariat with the Chinese revolutionaries was not raised. The Chinese Communist Party was not invited to become a member of the COMINFORM. It was clear that Mao's policies, like Tito's during the War of Liberation, were no longer on the same wavelength as Stalin's. The spectacular triumph of Mao's line in 1949 could not but arouse Stalin's anxiety. Tito was a worrying memory. Stalin's anxiety must have been all the sharper in view of the fact that what had happened was more than that Mao's strategy had been proved right by events. For the first time a communist party had reached power in a big country whose mentality, ideological formation, and internal 563 development differed considerably from those of the Soviet Party. It was a party aware of its originality and world importance. The leadership of the party had systematically cultivated these differences for over 10 years, in latent conflict with Moscow orthodoxy, in spite of the ritual invocations of Stalin and his ideas which accompanied the sinification of Marxism. The communist article mentioned above shows that this was the point of view from which Moscow saw the movement for the rectification of style organized in Yenin in a number of stages between 1941 and 1945. This movement consisted in study and discussion of a series of ideological, political, and organizational problems with the aim of teaching the party to use the Marxist method and to reject dogmatic views, subjectivism and formalism, in other words, to unite Marxist theory and the practice of the Chinese Revolution. Just as it was revolutionary and necessary to fight the old stereotyped writing and the old dogmatism during the period of the May 4th movement, said Mao, so it is revolutionary and necessary today for us to use Marxism to criticize the new stereotyped writing and the new dogmatism. 29,000 of activists passed through this school, which was a means of spreading Maoist ideas in the party and giving cohesion to its ranks under the command of Mao. Mao's theories on revolutionary war, the new democracy, the way to reconcile contradictions in the party, etc., were canonized as the truth of Marxism for China. The terms Chinese Marxism or the sinification of Marxism began to be heard. Communist Now reveals that Wang Ming and others were criticized for their dogmatic attitude to Russian Marxism. This ideological movement, which, in spite of its anti-dogmatic intentions, may be considered as the beginning of the Mao cult, reached a climax at the 7th Congress of the Chinese Party. Liu Shaoqi's report on the party includes the following passage. The general program of the party constitution stipulates that the thought of Mao Zedong shall guide all the work of our party. The constitution itself provides that it is the duty of every party member to endeavor to understand the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong. This is a most important historical characteristic of our amendment of the constitution at the present time. 30. 564. The report goes on. For over a century, the Chinese nation and people, who have known profound misfortunes, have accumulated immeasurably rich historical experience in the course of their bloody struggles for their own emancipation. Their practical struggles and the experience thus gained inevitably culminated in the creation of great theories of their own, thus showing that the Chinese nation is not only a nation capable of fighting, but also a nation which has a modem scientific revolutionary theory. This theory is none other than the thought of Mao Zedong, Comrade Mao Zedong's theory and policy regarding Chinese history, Chinese society, and the Chinese Revolution. The thought of Mao Zedong is the thought that unites Marxist-Leninist theory with the practice of the Chinese Revolution. It is Chinese communism, Chinese Marxism. The strengths and originality of this new departure are heavily emphasized. Because of various conditions, such as the very great peculiarities in China's social and historical development and her backwardness in science, etc., it is a unique and difficult task to carry out the systematic sinification of Marxism from its European form to a Chinese form, in other words to use the Marxist standpoint and method to resolve the various problems of the contemporary Chinese Revolution. Many of the problems encountered in the process have never been raised or solved before by the world's Marxists. This can never be accomplished, as some people seem to think, by simply reading Marxist works over and over, reciting them by heart and quoting from them. It is none other than our comrade Mao Zedong who has so remarkably and successfully carried out the unique and difficult task of the sinification of Marxism. This constitutes one of the greatest achievements in the history of the world Marxist movement. In these texts, awareness of an undeniable fact, that the Chinese Revolution, like all great revolutions, was in the process of producing its own 565 theory, is combined with the beginnings of a cult which was to lead to a dogmatization of various new ideas, as had happened with Leninism. But we shall not analyze these texts here. What interests us now is the fact that Stalin could hardly be expected to accept the axioms of the 7th Congress of the Chinese Party or Mao's politico-military strategy. The Chinese Revolution was the first important theoretical challenge to Stalinist orthodoxy, just as its practical course was a challenge to the policy of the Grand Alliance. This was a challenge on a world scale, since, as Liu Shaoqi's report said, the new theory meant a further development of Marxism in the national democratic revolution in the colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries, which would make great and useful contributions to the cause of the emancipation of the peoples of all countries, and of the peoples of the East in particular. From 1945 onwards, the Chinese Communist Party began to assert the status of its ideas and experiences as a model for revolution in backward countries. It began to present itself as the successor to the Soviet Party. As the victory of 1949 became clearer, and particularly in the course of that year, a series of articles appeared in Soviet doctrinal publications which discreetly dotted the Z's. Passages from Mao's works were quoted in which he paid homage to the role and the example of the Soviet Union, Lenin, and Stalin, with no mention of the sinification of Marxism and with an implied criticism of the Maoist theses of the original development of revolution in colonial and semi-colonial countries. According to one of these articles, the general laws of social development are identical for Eastern and Western countries alike. One can speak only of differences in the pace or in the particular forms of this development. In this sense, people's democracy in the East does not differ in its basic outlines from people's democracy in the West. The whole course of the national colonial struggle, the immense victories won by the democratic forces in East Asia, startlingly confirm the truth of Lenin's and Stalin's teaching on the national colonial question and demonstrate the triumph of all conquering ideas of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. 31. 566. For this Soviet theoretician, Mao's ideas simply did not exist. And according to another article, the works of Comrade Stalin, and in particular his works on the Chinese question, have been of enormous significance for the party in its formulating a correct Marxist-Leninist policy. Basing himself in these works on a profound theoretical analysis of the situation in China, Comrade Stalin defined the characteristics of the Chinese Revolution, brilliantly predicting its course and indicating the conditions in which it could succeed. 32. In November 1949, shortly after the proclamation of the People's Republic of China, the World Federation of Trade Unions held a meeting in Peking. One of the Chinese speakers, Liu Shaoqi, firmly defended the Maoist position. The way taken by the Chinese people in defeating imperialism and its lackeys and in founding the People's Republic of China is the way that should be taken by the peoples of many colonial and semi-colonial countries in their fight for national independence and people's democracy. This way is the way of Mao Zedong. 33. Statements in which some Asian communists expressed their desire to follow the Chinese example were omitted from the summary of this meeting published by the Journal of the World Federation of Trade Unions. It was clear that the revolution in the enormous area of China, like revolution in Little Yugoslavia, contained the dangers of heresy. The proclamation of the Chinese People's Republic on October 1, 1949, just before the COMINFORM's announcement that the People's Republic of Yugoslavia was in the hands of spies and assassins, was not only the hardest blow received by the imperialist system since the October Revolution, it also meant that the Kremlin was faced with the nightmare of an Asian Titoism, incomparably more dangerous than Titoism in the Balkans. Some Western observers noted the possibility, without regarding it as immediate, that the nightmare might become reality. 84. The parties of the COMINFORM also thought it necessary to put a stop to such speculations. The French Communist Party Journal, for example, 567, wrote in March 1950, "Proletarian internationalism is deeply rooted in the Communist Party of China, and we may be confident that the hopes of a Chinese Titoism cherished by the imperialists are doomed to a bitter disappointment." 38. The Sino-Soviet alliance. And, for several years, the nightmare was banished. The international situation exerted strong pressure on both Mao and Stalin to keep on good terms. The Cold War was reaching its climax. Mao could not know how far the United States would go in its support of the defeated Chiang Kai-shek, now a refugee on Taiwan, and in any case American imperialism was the main threat to the new China. On his side, Stalin needed to strengthen his international forces. In April 1949 the Atlantic Pact had been signed. In May the Soviet government had to abandon the blockade of West Berlin. Japan was becoming an American military base facing the Soviet Far East. Moreover, in spite of the explosion in July of the same year of the first Soviet atom bomb, the American advantage in this field was as clear as that of the Soviets in conventional military forces. The negotiations between Mao and Stalin, begun in Moscow in December 1949, ended in February 1950 with the signing of a 30-year Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Aid. In June 1950 the Korean War broke out, and this was for 3 years to be a strong bond on the new alliance. In addition to these international conditions, other factors must have played a part. The relations between the two parties had not yet been put to the test on the level of relations between states. Mao may have thought that with a country like China, with 500 million people and an army of several million troops who had just proved their fighting qualities, Stalin would be more careful about acting as he had in the case of the little countries of Eastern Europe. 568. In addition, the economic situation of China, after 25 years of almost uninterrupted war, was completely catastrophic. The Chinese Communists thought that the USSR would give them the help they urgently needed. They faced immense economic and technical problems for which they were not prepared. The Maoist theory of the new democracy put forward a general attitude to the relations and roles of the different classes, the character of the new regime, but to build it something more was needed. The Chinese Communist Party thought it had found the solution in the model and the experience of the building of the Soviet state. On the eve of victory, Mao discussed the problem in the following terms: the serious task of economic construction lies before us. We shall soon put aside some of the things we know well and be compelled to do things we don't know well. This means difficulties. The imperialists reckon that we will not be able to manage our economy. At first some of the Soviet communists also were not very good at handling economic matters, and the imperialists awaited their failure too. But the Communist Party of the Soviet Union emerged victorious and, under the leadership of Lenin and Stalin, it learned not only how to make the revolution but also how to carry on contraction. It has built a great and splendid socialist state. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union is our best teacher and we must learn from it. 38. Was this a sincere belief or a diplomatic statement made with an eye to the new stage? Mao had always maneuvered with great skill to avoid direct conflicts with Moscow. At the same time as he opposed the men and tendencies which, within the Chinese party, stood for unconditional acceptance of Moscow's orders and views on the Chinese Revolution, he recognized and proclaimed the leading role of the USSR and Stalin in the international communist movement. 37. There is no indication that he ever made the slightest critical comment on the internal problems of the USSR or on Stalin's policies in the Western communist movement. Between Mao's Chinese adaptation of Marxism as it presented itself around 1949 and Stalin's Russian version there was a much wider area. 569. Of common ground then is now admitted by eager defenders of Maoist originality. The main areas of divergence were the problems of revolutionary war, strategy, and the forms and methods of the Chinese Revolution in its destructive stage, and these naturally declined in importance when the problems of the constructive stage had to be tackled. On the other hand, these divergences acquired international importance as the liberation struggle developed in the Third World. For a time, however, the Korean War and internal Chinese problems meant that the differences between Stalinist orthodoxy and Maoist theories on the paths of revolution in the countries oppressed by imperialism took second place. For the work of internal construction the Chinese Communists, following Mao's advice, set themselves to learn from the Soviet Party. They stopped when experience, as had happened in revolutionary tactics between 1925 and 1927, taught the pupils that their teacher was equally inadequate to help them in the building of the new regime. If, in 1949, the factors mentioned drove Mao to reach the closest possible understanding with Stalin, Stalin too had to bear in mind, in addition to the threat from America, the dispute with Yugoslavia. There are reasons for assuming that Stalin had every reason not to involve himself in a similar problem with the Chinese Party, whose great victory gave it immense prestige in the international communist movement and among all oppressed peoples. His interest, in fact, was to take advantage of this prestige. All the propaganda of the COMINFORM and the communist parties presented the triumph of the Chinese Revolution as the fruit of Stalin's inspired leadership, and of his views and strategy, advice, and directions. Here is a sample. At every stage of the Chinese Revolution and struggle for national liberation, Stalin was there to point out the problems, to help in correcting mistakes, to point out the dangers to be avoided and the right path to follow, on the basis of the domination of the proletariat. The article continues. Stalin's analysis of the special features of the Chinese situation is what gave the CPC the basis on which to build its program, its strategy, and fighting tactics. Stalin scientifically forecast the Kuomintang's betrayal. Stalin developed with regard to China the Leninist-Stalinist theory of colonial and semi-colonial countries. The strengthening of the influence of the Chinese Party in the working class is also due to Stalin's advice. Stalin protected the Chinese Revolution from Trotskyism. Only the study and assimilation of Stalin's theoretical views enabled the Chinese Communist Party to see its way clearly, correct its mistakes and lead the revolution and the Revolutionary War to victory. 39. The effect produced by such statements on the Chinese leaders may be imagined, but for the moment they seemed not to let it upset them. They had to swallow many cruder insults in this period, and did so with the same impassiveness. Without going into details of Sino-Soviet relations up to the death of Stalin, we may mention that under the agreements annexed to the Treaty of 1950 the restoration to the Chinese government of the Manchurian Railway was postponed to 1952, unless the peace treaty between the USSR and Japan were to be signed in the interval. The withdrawal of Soviet troops from the naval base at Port Arthur was also put off to the same dates, and the problem of Darren was held over to be studied afresh after the conclusion of the peace treaty. The Chinese government had to recognize the independence of Outer Mongolia, that is, its continuance under Soviet control. 40 In Xinjiang the Chinese had to accept the establishment of two mixed companies of the type rejected by the Yugoslavs. In 1954 Mao called for the complete and immediate transfer to China of the Soviet holding in these companies. 41 As regards economic credits, the Chinese leaders had calculated their needs at between $2.000 m and $3.000 m. They obtained from Moscow a credit of $6.0 m a year for 5 years. This total of $3 was less than the Soviet government had lent Poland shortly before. 42 As to the Soviet experts sent to China, the same problem arose as we saw in Yugoslavia. Their salaries were much larger than those of their Chinese 57I colleagues. Given the economic level of the people and the habits of austerity in which the Chinese communists had been brought up, it is easy to imagine the psychological and political effects such a situation inevitably produced. And there were no doubt many other things which contradicted the official clichés about Sino-Soviet friendship. Nevertheless, until after the events of autumn 1956 in Hungary and Poland, nothing the Chinese said cast any doubt on this idyllic picture. In December 1956 Mao said, in his solution of a number of particular problems, Stalin showed a tendency to great power chauvinism, and did not pay enough attention to equality of rights. He did not educate cadres in a spirit of modesty, and sometimes interfered unjustly in the affairs of fraternal countries and parties. This had many serious consequences. 43. But the Maoists did not, then, or later, make an objective and documented historical analysis of the intervention of Stalin in the different phases of the Chinese Revolution, and in particular in that of 1949–53. There may be a reason for this in that any such analysis would imply a critical study of certain aspects of Mao's own activity, which is a difficult task while the cult of his thought and personality persists. But it remains true that until this work is done, the Chinese Communists will be unable to give a convincing explanation of the present dispute with the Soviet Party. 44 Unifying the country politically and creating a planned economy would, in Chinese conditions, inevitably have led to a process of bureaucratization on an even larger scale than in Russia in 1917, but there can be no doubt that the effect of importing Soviet models could only be to stimulate and hasten this process in every sphere, party and state, economy and ideology. The extreme complexity of Chinese problems and the attempt to achieve socialism in such a country objectively required the starting of a permanent discussion and development of research free from censorship with the broad participation of the masses and intellectual activists, and including criticism of Soviet attempts. Instead of that, the Soviet model was dogmatically adopted as the only possible one. Another result of the Chinese party's subordination to Stalin in this period was that the considerable experience which the Chinese Revo 572 Lushan had accumulated during its struggle for power and its theoretical and practical lessons could not become the property of the international communist movement, and in particular of communists in colonial and semi-colonial countries. There were exceptions, such as the Vietnamese communists and some communist groups in Southeast Asia which had traditional links with the Chinese, but in general the Chinese Revolution was made known to the rest of the world in a Soviet version. The broad interpretation put forward by this version is illustrated by the article previously quoted. Stalin was the originator, and the Chinese communists had done no more than apply his ideas and instructions. Everything was contained in the works of Stalin: the Marxist analysis of Chinese reality, the course of the revolution, the strategy and tactics which had brought it to victory, etc. During these years the Chinese experience, rather than enriching the Marxist theory of revolution, tended to reinforce Stalinist dogmatism and glorify its creator. The victory of the Chinese Communist Party also acted as a consolation for the Western Communist movement and obscured for a time the consequences of the failure of the European Revolution, and the congenital impotence of American communism. In addition, the display of Sino-Soviet friendship and the glorification of the aid given by the Soviet Union to China were invaluable as support for the COMINFORM's version of the Soviet-Yugoslav dispute. There was naturally no problem with Mao, it was implied, because he was an internationalist, unshakably loyal to the USSR, the touchstone of internationalism. Not like the Judas Tito. This proved that the fault in the dispute was not Stalin's. Communists could have clear consciences. In spite of all this, the Chinese party's subjection to Moscow during the COMINFORM period was much less absolute than that of the communist parties of the European people's democracies. Stalin acted with a degree of prudence, and Mao had behind him a force which the communist leaders put in power by the Red Army did not have. A year after the proclamation of the People's Republic of China, the intervention of Chinese volunteers in the Korean War showed spectacularly, as much to the Kremlin as to Western governments, that Chinese communism was among the leading world powers. Immediately after the death of Stalin, his heirs realized the need to 573. Make some concessions to a fact as undeniable as the power and prestige of the Chinese Revolution, at the same time as they tried to use it to reinforce their positions, both internal and international, in the delicate situation created by the death of the great autocrat. They considerably increased economic and technical aid to China and raised the status of the Chinese Party in the world communist movement, and for the first time granted Mao the title Great Theorist of Marxism and Leninism. 45 But events soon showed that Moscow was unwilling to acknowledge Peking as more than a brilliant second in world communism, and then only on condition that Peking faithfully echoed Moscow and cast no doubt on Soviet orthodoxy in any sphere. The disciples to some extent repeated the maneuver which the master had tried with Tito between 1945 and 1947, and the results were similar, but on a Chinese scale. The persistence of great Russian nationalism inflamed Chinese nationalism as it had previously inflamed nationalism in Yugoslavia. The nightmare of Chinese Titoism became a reality of colossal dimensions. But this problem will be discussed later. The Chinese Revolution was the second great act of the world revolutionary process which began in 1917. It was the first major defeat of imperialism, and, importantly, of American imperialism, after the Second World War. It gave the struggle of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples for national and social liberation their present impetus. Inspired by the Chinese Revolution, this struggle, for a period which is not yet finished, took over from the proletariat of the advanced capitalist world the leading role in revolutionary action. But the claim that after the Chinese Revolution the course of world revolution will consist of the encirclement of the world of the city by the world of the country is no more than an illegitimate generalization from the actual course of the Chinese Revolution and a futuristic projection of the equally real and visible fact just mentioned, that in revolutionary action the West has been replaced in the leading role by the East. There are no grounds for predicting that this will be the last change of roles. On the contrary, some faint signs, on the levels of theory and of action, seem to indicate that the Western proletariat, a type of manual and intellectual proletariat very different. 574. From the one familiar to Marx and Lenin, may again play the leading role on the stage of history. Nor should it be forgotten that the proletariat of the so-called socialist countries will also have to have its say. The course of the world revolution still has many surprises and many changes of personnel in store. 575. 9. The New World Balance. The Peace Fighters. As was made clear in the analysis of Stanov's report in Chapter 6, the new general line imposed by Stalin in 1947 on the Western Communist parties was not a correction of his previous opportunism, but a continuation of it in different form. It was the adaptation of these parties' policies to the response the Kremlin wanted to make to Washington's expansionism. Once more socialist aims were indefinitely postponed. Before, they had been pushed on one side for the benefit of the Grand Coalition against Hitler, they now suffered a similar fate for the benefit of the great anti-American front which the Kremlin was attempting to form in an effort to impose on the White House a worldwide arrangement on the basis of an allocation of spheres of influence which would satisfy Soviet interests. The basic tactical idea of the new line was to make the maximum use of the contradictions between American expansionism and the national bourgeoisies of Europe or other areas, to unite, as Stanov put it, all the forces which are prepared to defend the cause of national honor and independence and mobilize all supporters of peace against the danger of a Third World War. The main aim was to mobilize all possible forces to bring the American leaders to their senses and force them to return to the policies of Yalta. This would enable the communist parties of the West to return to the policy of national unity followed until 1947, the peaceful, parliamentary road to socialism. For reasons which have already been explained, the attempt to exploit inter-imperialist contradictions had little success, at least until the death of Stalin. Calls to defend the cause of national honor and independence aroused little response outside the communist parties and a narrow range of intellectuals. The only aspect of the new line which took 576. The New World Balance on any reality at all, though even then only as propaganda, was the peace struggle. The Berlin Crisis was the first of a succession of landmarks in the Cold War which increased international tension and gave apparent substance to the danger of a Third World War. In April 1949 the NATO treaty was signed, followed in September by the U.S. Congress's acceptance of a proposal to supply members of the alliance with arms to the value of $1,500 million. On September 25 the TASS communiqué confirmed the explosion of a Soviet atomic bomb, first announced by Truman a few days earlier, and revealed that the USSR had possessed the bomb since 1947. In June 1950 the Korean War began. At the meeting of the COMINFORM held in November 1949 the peace struggle in the face of the danger of direct aggression on the part of imperialism against the USSR was defined as the central task of the communist movement, taking precedence over all others. Next to the peace struggle in the order of priorities came the Cold War, against Yugoslavia. The two tasks were closely connected since, as we have seen, Titoism was regarded by the socialist camp and the communist parties as one of the main bases of American imperialism in its preparations for aggression against the Soviet Union. The organization of the peace movement began in 1948. In August of that year in Poland, the World Congress of Intellectuals for Peace met. In November, the National Congress of the French Fighters for Peace, and in the following months various meetings of the same type took place in a number of European countries. From 20 to April 25, 1949 there was held, in Paris and Prague, the First World Congress of the Fighters for Peace, at which 72 countries were represented. According to the documents of the Congress, there were already by this date 600 million organized peace fighters. It should be explained, however, that this impressive figure included all the peace fighters of the USSR, China, and the other people's democracies, where mere membership of the human race was sufficient qualification for membership of the shining new pacifist army. In the rest of the world, with some variation, the fighters for peace were reduced to the members of the communist parties and of the mass organizations it controlled. 577. The participation of a number of non-communist public figures from the worlds of science and art, together with the inflation for publicity purposes of figures which it was impossible to check, might give the unaware the impression that the movement went beyond the normal political and social sphere influenced by the communists. In reality it did nothing of the sort, as the leading circles of the communist parties were quite well aware. The peace committees set up in towns, districts, factories, etc. were made up, with a few exceptions, of communists and their sympathizers. The main activity of the peace fighters consisted in collecting signatures to innumerable documents addressed to public opinion and to such bodies as governments, parliaments, the United Nations, etc. These called for the banning of the atomic bomb and for general disarmament, and protested against the Atlantic Alliance and German rearmament, supporting the successive initiatives of Soviet diplomacy. Signatures were the peace fighters' main weapon. In March 1950 the Permanent Committee of the World Congress, meeting in Stockholm, decided to launch an appeal for the banning of the atomic bomb and to organize the collection of signatures for this purpose. 500 million signatures were collected in 79 countries. Among them were those of the whole adult population of the USSR, the whole adult population of the people's democracies, and of 223 million Chinese too. In other words, 400 million signatures in the 11 countries in which citizens signed with the same impressive efficiency and unanimity with which they voted for the single lists at elections. The 69 remaining countries produced 100 million signatures, including a total of 31 million for France and Italy. In the other capitalist states the figures dropped disappointingly: 2 million in the USA, 2 million in Western Germany, 1 million in the United Kingdom, etc. 3. Even if the authenticity of all these signatures is admitted, a very naive assumption, the result was hardly impressive. It should be noted that the official number of signatures was 100 million lower than the number of peace fighters who, according to the First World Congress, not only existed but were also organized. Nevertheless, the operation was described by 578. The New World Balance its promoters as an authentic universal referendum of the peoples, for while the peace fighters were laboriously collecting signatures to the Stockholm Appeal, the Korean War broke out. In November 1950 the Second World Peace Congress, meeting in Warsaw, adopted a new appeal to the peoples. To the usual slogans about the banning of the atomic bomb, general disarmament, and so on, was added an appeal for an end to the war in Korea. As is well known, American intervention in Korea, from the very beginning of the fighting, took place under the flag of the United Nations, which was at that time under the absolute control of the United States, and was supported by troops from the other member states. Nevertheless, the Second World Congress of Peace Fighters saw nothing odd in addressing an appeal to the UN to take up its high responsibilities by ensuring a solid and lasting peace in accordance with the vital interests of all the peoples. 8. At that moment the Chinese volunteers had gone over to the offensive, and towards the end of December the American troops and the other units of the expeditionary force were on the brink of disaster. But in the face of atomic blackmail, Stalin's aim, accepted on this occasion by the Chinese and the Koreans, was not revolutionary victory in Korea, but the ending of hostilities on the basis of the status quo, that is, the division of the country. The communist movement, through the peace movement or directly, limited itself to exerting pressure for this solution. The purpose of the armistice in Korea was to bring nearer the world agreement sought by Stalin. This aim guided the action of the World Peace Council in February 1951, when it launched an appeal for the signature of a peace pact between the Big Five and organized the required campaign for signatures to support the suggestion. Thanks to an increase in the adult population of the USSR, China, and the people's democracies, the total of signatures this time reached 600 million. For 5 years the national and world peace congresses and conferences, the assemblies, meetings, festivals, appeals, petitions and resolutions for peace, the hundreds of millions of signatures followed each other without a break under the fighting slogan approved by the Second World Congress, "Peace will not wait, peace." 579. Must be won. It was to be won by signatures. The great world army of signature collectors went from victory to victory, guided by the infallible helmsman of peace, whose historic role in the crusade was immortalized by the painter Bielopolsky. Against a background of dense crowds there stood out the massive figure of Stalin, holding in one hand the pen and in the other the Stockholm Appeal, so showing humanity the way to be followed to achieve a solid and lasting peace, the way of signature. 6. Stalin described the aims of the peace movement as follows. The current peace movement has the aim of drawing the popular masses into the struggle to preserve peace and avert a new world war. It does not therefore seek to overthrow capitalism and establish socialism, it limits itself to democratic aims in the struggle to preserve peace. In this respect, the present movement to preserve peace differs from the one which existed during the First World War, which, in trying to transform the imperialist war into a civil war, went further and had socialist aims. 7. Accepting the Stalinist line in order to give unquestioning support to Soviet diplomacy, the communist parties had in fact committed themselves to a typically pacifist campaign, which excluded not only socialist aims, but even anti-imperialist ones. The leaders of the main communist parties of Latin America, for example, opposed the explicit discussion of the problem of national independence within the peace movement. 8. In this they were putting into practice the rule laid down by Suslov at the meeting of the COMINFORM which took place in November 1949, the Communist and Workers' parties must use every means in the struggle to ensure stable and prolonged peace, they must subordinate all their activities to this paramount task of the day. 9. In the French party, for example, this subordination was reflected in the Programme for National Safety adopted at the 12th Congress of the party in April 1950. Not only was there no mention of the socialist alternative, even as a distant prospect, but the Programme of National 580. The New World Balancizations and other democratic reforms which had been so prominent up to 1947 was a degree abandoned. The PCF called for the creation of a united peace front to include patriots of all political views. 10. At the 7th Congress of the Italian Communist Party, Togliatti declared that the problem of peace has become the most important of all, and on it depends the solution of all the others. For that reason, he said, the Communist Party, the strongest party in the opposition to the present government of the Italian bourgeoisie, is prepared to renounce its opposition, both in Parliament and in the streets, on the formation of another government which would radically change Italy's foreign policy by withdrawing the country from commitments which are leading it inevitably towards war. Togliatti stressed the beneficial results such a solution would have within the country, by leading to an easing of tension between the different political and social groups and making possible the resumption of the policy of national unity. The basic elements of the policy which we put to the country at the end of the war, said the leader of the PCI, still apply, even if the political conditions have changed. In contrast to Thérèse, Togliatti did not avoid reference to the socialist perspective, but mentioned it only to insist that the path to which he was proposing to return would lead gradually to a profound transformation of the economic structure, which was why the PCI's socialist aims are not incompatible with its offer to abandon opposition to a government which followed a policy of peace. Togliatti went on. To be more precise and more specific, I maintain that there already exists a political platform for a movement to defend peace and transform social and economic structures such as we envisage and on which we believe the welfare of Italy depends. That program is the Constitution of the Italian Republic. 11. In other words, the only policy the Big Two of European communism had to offer the working class movement was a return to the course followed between 1944 and 1945, which had led to the recovery of 581. European capitalism and its subjection to American monopolies, and the isolation of the communist parties. This pacifist and reformist strategy adopted by the European communist parties was, moreover, remarkably unrealistic. Given the extent to which the various national bourgeoisies depended, economically, politically and militarily, on their American protectors, it was an illusion to expect even a fraction of these groups to pay any attention to the blandishments of Thérèse and Togliatti. And in the event these were voices in the wilderness. The source of this lack of realism can be traced to Stalin's incorrect assessment of the state of inter-imperialist and inter-capitalist contradictions in this period. In fact, any possibility of the development of European capitalism, and so of a reformist policy, inevitably involved dependence on the United States. And any effective struggle against American control would have had to be anti-capitalist, revolutionary, and anti-pacifist. It could not, objectively, have been anything else. The idea of an anti-American national capitalism in Europe at this period was completely utopian. But since Soviet diplomacy was faced with the necessity of fomenting opposition to American policy everywhere, and since the aim of this diplomacy, reciprocal recognition of spheres of influence, turned out to be incompatible with the development of revolutionary policies in American spheres of influence, the only possible policy for the European Communist parties was the one they in fact followed. Its lack of realism was reflected in the combination of right-wing opportunism in content with sectarian and occasionally adventurous opportunism in forms and methods. The peace movement, as has already been said, was reduced to a chameleon disguise for the communist movement and its offshoots. Other forces could have taken no real part in it for the simple reason that the peace movement had to be strictly subservient to every twist of Soviet foreign policy. Within the movement it was impossible to put forward socialist aims, as though the socialist alternative was not the only genuine basis for a stable and prolonged peace, because these were in contradiction with the aims adopted at that period by Soviet diplomacy. On the other hand, the status of a fighter for peace was incompatible with sympathy or neutrality towards Titoism. 5s2. The New World Balance. Among the main pieces of evidence offered as proof of the existence of an imperialist plot against the USSR were the trials in the people's democracies. The genuine peace fighter had to believe in these like any communist. Social democracy was unmasked, for its collaboration with American policy, not for its collaboration with the national bourgeoisie, in language which recalled the days of social fascism. Attempts were made to politicize economic strikes, not as part of a general socialist strategy based on national conditions, but around the slogans of the campaign for general disarmament, the banning of the atomic bomb, and so on. The ineffectiveness of the signature campaign, and the void into which the pacifist policy fell, led the communist parties on occasion to the opposite extreme of attempting violent action in the streets when the basic political conditions for this did not exist. An example of this is the demonstration organized by the PCF against the presence in Paris of the American General Ridgway, the only result of which was to illustrate the isolation of the party and the absence of any response among the workers to its abstract anti-American campaign. 12. On the other hand, the PCF made no attempt to organize mass action on any scale against the French government's colonialist war in Vietnam. The main justification offered by the Soviet leaders for the policy which they were imposing on the communist movement was the existence of a serious threat of aggression against the Soviet Union. In his report to the November 1949 meeting of the COMINFORM, Suslov said just this. The North Atlantic Bloc envisages outright aggression against the democratic states of Eastern Europe and, first and foremost, against the Soviet Union. 13. The general tone of his speech implied that the danger was immediate. The governments of Washington and London, according to Suslov, were carrying on their preparations for war at top speed. In the months that followed, the propaganda of the communist parties reinforced this alarmist tone. Peace hangs by a thread, Thérèse told the 12th Congress of the PCF in April 1950. But the analysis of the balance of forces which Suslov made in the same speech did not exactly justify such dramatic predictions. If Suslov 583 were to be believed, the situation of the imperialist camp could not be more disastrous. Both in America and Europe, he claimed, an economic crisis is inexorably maturing. Everyone, even the most ardent admirers and eulogists of the Marshall Plan, was forced to admit that the Marshall Plan had failed. The economies of the European Marshallized countries were in a state of complete derangement. The official announcement that the USSR had possessed the atomic bomb since 1947 had caused consternation and dismay in the camp of the imperialist and warmongers and had diminished its strength. The antagonisms between capitalist countries, and in the first place between the USA and Great Britain, were becoming more acute. The reckless foreign policy of the Wall Street and city imperialists was suffering defeat after defeat. The collapse of atomic diplomacy, the failure of the Marshall Plan, the collapse of the imperialist subversive schemes in southeastern and central Europe, the bankruptcy of America's policy in China, all these were only a few of the failures suffered by the foreign policy of the imperialists. In sharp contrast, the camp of peace, democracy, and socialism was forging ahead. The economy of the Soviet Union is steadily progressing from year to year, and from month to month, and its agriculture was making steady headway. The people's democracies were achieving big successes in their economic and political development, and were strengthening their relations with the USSR. The national liberation movement in the colonies and dependencies was achieving immense successes. A major victory for the camp of peace and democracy and one more defeat for the imperialist camp was the establishment of the German Democratic Republic. Another eloquent testimony to the strengthening of the camp of good and the weakening of the camp of evil was the progress everywhere to be observed of the democratic, and especially the working class, movement, headed by the communist parties, the growing influence of the communist parties among the masses, and finally the existence of 600 million organized fighters for peace. Conclusion: the relation of forces in the international arena has fundamentally changed and is continuing to change, in favor of the camp of peace, democracy, and socialism. 584. The New World Balance. Suslov made no mention at all of another element in the relation of forces which, however, had much more immediate weight and more reality than some of those he did mention. This was the well-known military superiority of the Soviet Union in Europe. It did not take a specialist in military matters to realize that in the event of war Stalin's soldiers would meet no obstacles in their path to the west. To remove all doubts on the matter, in February 1949 Thérèse took it on himself to answer a timely question from a comrade: what would the party do if the Soviet army occupied Paris? Thérèse's answer, more or less, was that the French workers would welcome them with open arms. A few days later Togliatti was asked a similar question about Italy, and gave the same answer. 14. The interest of this curious episode, of course, lies less in the answers than in the certainty, already implicit in the questions, about what would happen if war came. 18. Suslov kept silent on this fundamental aspect of the situation, but even so his analysis of the relation of forces could not help arousing many doubts about the possibility of direct aggression by the United States and its allies against the USSR and its allies. To dispel these, Suslov put forward the following argument. From the fact that the anti-democratic imperialist camp is growing weaker, the conclusion must not be drawn that the danger of war is diminishing. Such a conclusion would be profoundly erroneous and harmful. The experience of history teaches that the more hopeless the position of imperialist reaction, the more frantic it becomes and the greater is the danger of its launching into military ventures. The changing relation of forces in the world arena in favor of the camp of peace and democracy drives the imperialist and warmongering camp into fresh outbursts of frenzied fury. 17. 585. The experience of history may have a broad back, but here it is being given too heavy a load. The two cases of direct aggression in which the USSR was the victim do not support Sislov's argument, quite the reverse. In 1918 the imperialists of the Entente were not exactly in a desperate situation, and the Nazi imperialists attacked in 1941 when they had conquered the whole of Europe and thought themselves invincible. The leaders of world capitalism have inherited sufficient experience of history for frenzied fury not to be the deciding factor in their strategy. But some way had to be found to prove the existence of a serious threat of direct aggression against the USSR by the imperialist camp, which, according to Kremlin theorists, was caught in an insoluble economic crisis and whose policies were going from defeat to defeat. On top of that, they had also lost the atomic monopoly, an undeniable fact, and were notoriously inferior in conventional forces. There was also public opinion in the various countries, which, to say the least, was far from keen to be dragged into another world massacre when the last one was still so close. Stalemate in the Cold War. American imperialism's real plan at this period was not to launch into an adventure against the impressive military power of the Soviet Union, but to extend its control to the whole of the free world. It was to consolidate capitalism in Western Europe, and especially in Germany, while at the same time making it economically, politically, and militarily dependent on itself. It envisaged a similar operation in the Mediterranean basin, intensification of its exploitation of Latin America, penetration of the colonial spheres of its allies, a checking of the revolutionary movement outside the frontiers of the Soviet Union. It intended, in other words, to take on the role of world policeman and exploiter. Specifically, the main aim of American policy was to consolidate what Zdanov called the imperialist camp, while, of course, neglecting no possibility of weakening the opposite camp. But Washington's global strategy, like Moscow's. 586. The New World balance also included the search for a compromise between the two superpowers. In the last resort the problem was that no compromise was possible as long as the two parties had not reached a realistic, and therefore similar, appraisal of the relation of forces. In the first years after the war this was far from easy, in view not only of the revolution brought about in military techniques and doctrines by the appearance of the atomic bomb, but also of the extreme political instability which had arisen in many parts of the world. The Cold War V was a sort of exploration or sounding carried out to gain a more exact knowledge of the forces and dispositions of the enemy. In the United States there were plenty of adventurous generals and politicians willing to call for the bomb to be dropped on Soviet nerve centers, but this was not official policy. In the view of those who worked out and applied the official policy, who were aware of the enormous military power represented by the Soviet Union, China, and the European people's democracies, the bomb was an instrument of deterrence. Not only, and not so much, to deter the Soviet leaders from a direct initiative against Western positions, but to dissuade them from turning the communist movement, and they were its real controllers, in a revolutionary direction, and to dissuade them from encouraging and giving practical help to revolutionary struggles where they occurred. Greece was the clearest, the most scandalous, but not the only example of the effectiveness of atomic deterrence. On a more general level, the whole policy of the peace struggle, of subordinating all the activities of the communist parties to the central task of preserving peace, was dominated by atomic blackmail. In the same way the whole of American policy was dominated by the need to avoid at all costs a direct armed confrontation with the military power of the Soviet bloc. The two most serious soundings carried out during the Cold War, those which gave the world the impression of being on the brink of a major conflict, were the Berlin Crisis and the Korean War. In fact, both cases showed the firm determination of the two superpowers to maintain the positions they had won during the Second World War and to 587. Make no attempt to modify them by war against each other. To the American moves to integrate Western Germany into the politico-military bloc of the Atlantic Pact Stalin replied with a blockade of the western zone of Berlin. General Clay suggested forcing a passage with an armed convoy, but Washington decided to avoid any measure which might provoke a new war, and the United States limited itself to supplying Berlin with food by means of the famous airlift. The Soviet authorities did nothing to prevent this. At the beginning they thought that the food supply to the Western Zone could not be maintained by this means. When, after some months, they could see the success of the operation, they preferred to negotiate. The blockade was ended in May 1949. 18. The sounding of the relation of forces on the European front ended in a stalemate. The second, and most serious, major conflict of the Cold War was the Korean War. It is still impossible to say for certain who began hostilities. 19 Soviet and American military forces had been out of the country for more than a year, leaving behind only teams of advisors and instructors, but it is clear that Washington controlled the reactionary regime of Syngman Rhee, south of the 38th parallel, while Moscow had the final say in the decisions of the revolutionary regime established in the north. If it is true that the Northerners began the fighting, which seems the most likely from the evidence available, the decision was completely justified from the national and revolutionary points of view. The lightning advance of the People's Army to the southern tip of the peninsula also revealed the weakness of the government supported by the Americans. Even supposing that the first provocation on the demarcation line came from the Southerners, the Northerners' rapid and massive reply, and the development of their offensive, made it clear that the decision to liberate the South by armed force had been taken well in advance and that the operation had been carefully prepared. This would not have been possible without the agreement and collaboration of Moscow. In the absence of definite evidence to the contrary, the most likely hypothesis seems to be that Stalin decided to probe the forces and intentions of the United States in the Far East, making use for the purpose of the Korean Revolutionary Forces' legitimate demands for the unification of the country. It is possible that he wanted to test the official. 588. The New World Balance. American statements that South Korea was not part of the defensive perimeter of the United States 20, but as soon as Washington decided to intervene and also brought in the United Nations on the side of the South, the Kremlin adopted a very cautious position. The Soviets did not even give air support to the northern forces, which were defeated thanks mainly to American ships and aircraft. Almost certainly in consultation with Moscow, Mao's government announced that it would not intervene unless MacArthur's troops crossed the 38th parallel, which amounted to a proposal to solve the conflict by a return to the status quo. But now Washington in its turn decided to prove Soviet strength and intentions, and forced the UN to vote for continuing the offensive towards the frontier with China. The intervention of the Chinese volunteers again brought operations south of the 38th parallel, bringing the swashbuckling MacArthur's army to the brink of disaster. MacArthur proposed that atomic bombs should be dropped on Manchuria, and Moscow announced that Soviet troops would intervene if the bombing took place. Washington dismissed MacArthur, in spite of his prestige in American public opinion as the hero of the Pacific War, and Moscow did not even give the Chinese infantry the air support which would have enabled them to drive the imperialist troops into the sea. They were able to reform and again reach the 38th parallel. Armistice negotiations began on July 10, 1951. Years passed before an armistice was signed, and during that time the strange war continued without any intention on the part of any of the participants to win it. In short, the sounding on the relation of forces between the two blocs on the Asian front, as on the European front, ended in a stalemate. Its price rose to almost 2 million dead and wounded, made up of about 1 million Koreans and 1 million Chinese. In the second half of 1951 and throughout 1952, the two superpowers began to get a clear idea of each other's strength and intentions and of the new balance which had been established in the world. There was first a military balance. The Americans saw their deterrent power increased by the development of the hydrogen bomb, but they no longer had the atomic monopoly, and it was clear that the Soviets would also soon have the hydrogen bomb. Moreover, the entry on the scene of the People's 589 Republic of China considerably increased the Soviet bloc's superiority in conventional military forces. There was also a political balance. The spheres of influence regarded as vital by the two superpowers were politically safe. Two Europes, two Germanys, no immediate danger of revolution threatening European capitalism, which was enjoying a new period of expansion as a result of the failure of the Marshall Plan. All opposition to Soviet control in the satellite countries seemed to have been crushed. The Cold War against Yugoslavia had failed, and Moscow could do nothing but accept the fait accompli. There remained the colonial world, in vigorous ferment, but here the interests of the two superpowers were not as yet in direct opposition. The moment for negotiation had arrived. In 1952 Stalin announced that the danger of war had diminished and that a meeting between the leaders of the great powers could be useful. 21 In September he said that the contradictions between the capitalist countries were practically stronger than those between the camp of socialism and the camp of capitalism, and that wars between capitalist countries were therefore a more likely prospect than a war between capitalism and socialism. 22 In December he showed interest in the idea of talks with the new American administration. 28 The Cold War was in the process of giving way to peaceful coexistence. The death of Stalin and the change of presidents in the United States hastened the process, but the real cause lay elsewhere. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the serious problems which Stalin's death presented to the Soviet leaders had a considerable influence on the turn taken by Soviet foreign policy after 1953, a turn which, following tradition, brought about a similar turn in the general line of the communist movement. Assessment of the COMINFORM period. After the 20th Congress, the activity of the COMINFORM began to be criticized in the communist movement. Following traditional practice, there was no active discussion of the problem, but in party documents, the statements of leaders and historical essays, critical assessments AP 590. The New World Balance paired, which can be summed up by the following quotation from an authoritative Soviet source. Negative tendencies very soon appeared in the activity of the COMINFORM. Under the influence of Stalin's dogmatic views on the problems of peace, war, and revolution, on relations between communists and social democrats, on the role of the national bourgeoisie, etc., a number of parties developed stereotyped strategies and occasionally made mistakes in their guidance of socialist construction in the people's democracies or in their leadership of the labor movement or the national liberation movement. The arbitrary policy of diktat associated with the cult of personality infringed Marxist-Leninist principles on relations between communist parties and did serious harm to the whole communist movement. It held back creative developments in the immediate problems of the international working class movement and the national liberation movement, and it isolated the communist parties from the mass of the workers. 24. The theoretical and political views implied in this criticism are a long way from the analysis put forward in this book. 25 But the very fact of their public expression shows the extent of the regression which affected the great majority of communist parties during the COMINFORM period. After 1947, the general development of the communist movement outlined in the first chapter of this volume became a general decline, with a few rare exceptions. The main exception, the Chinese Revolution, was of historic importance. Another exception was the National Revolutionary War of the Vietnamese Communists, with no direct help except from the Chinese Communists. Within Western capitalism, only the Italian Communist Party was able to keep its members and its influence. Apart from these three cases, it is hard to find a communist party which did not decline during this period. The other giant of Western communism lost almost half its members. The communist parties in power in the satellite states emerged from this period severely shaken, as the crises of 1956 very soon showed. Nor was the Soviet Union unaffected. The disappointment of the hopes for renewal latent since the end of the war led to unprecedented political apathy. Even in China, the development of the party in the years after the victory followed a markedly 59i regressive course as compared with its previous one. But, whereas in the capitalist world the deterioration of the communist movement took place visibly, in the socialist countries it remained hidden, until the 20th Congress, behind the facade of the bureaucratic dictatorial state and the mystification of the real development by propaganda. The real progress made in industrialization and economic reconstruction made it possible to conceal the accumulating contradictions and bottlenecks. There was, in short, a general, worldwide regression in the communist movement. Observed from the standpoint of the present, it appears in its true significance, it was not a conjunctural phenomenon, but the beginning of the irreversible historical decline of the Communist Party of the Stalinist type. The ultimate causes are contained in the history of this party, but in this period, as in each of the earlier and subsequent periods, they took on their own particular form. On the general political plane, the main cause of the setback outside the frontiers of the socialist camp seemed to be the offensive of the reactionary forces led by the new aspirant to the position of world policeman. In fact, the explanation of this offensive, its very possibility and its varying degrees of success in the different countries, is to be found ultimately in the policy of concessions to the Anglo-American coalition and the anti-fascist bourgeoisies practiced in the previous period. This policy weakened the enthusiasm which had developed in the mass movement as part of the victory over fascism and undermined from within what capacity for revolutionary action still remained in the communist parties. The path of electoralism, of parliamentary cretinism, of illusions about the permanence of the Grand Alliance, in other words the path of class collaboration on a national and international scale, disarmed the movement and demoralized the groups of new militants who had joined it in the years of the resistance and the liberation. This is the reason for the lack of opposition to the offensive of American imperialism and the national bourgeoisies, underground from 1944 to 1947, degree PN afterwards, except in the field of day-to-day economic demands. The only two communist parties in industrial capitalism which could perform the main role in this field better than social democracy were 592. The New World balanced those of France and Italy. For this reason they managed to retain most of their influence within the working class, even though the French party, as we have seen, lost many of its militants. They had shown that they were not the party of the revolution, but on the other hand they had shown that they could be useful to the working class in its struggle for its day-to-day interests. In all the other advanced countries the communist parties once more became little marginal groups, powerless by the side of the big social democratic parties and the reformist trade union federations. Even in West Germany the Reformed Communist Party was no more than a shadow of what it had been in the distant past. 26. In the United States the Communist Party, reduced to its smallest size ever after Browder's expulsion, became the victim of McCarthyite repression amid the indifference of the great majority of workers. The Spanish Communists were forced to break off their guerrilla struggle, which had found neither sufficient following nor sufficient support among a population demoralized by the terrible defeat of 1939, the terror which followed and the new treachery of the democracies. The tragedy of the Greek Communists has already been described. In 1947 the United States formed the Rio de Janeiro Pact with the Latin American oligarchies as the start of a general anti-communist offensive in Latin America. The majority of the communist parties, which, influenced by the policy of the Grand Alliance, accentuated in some by the influence of the Browder line, had practically abandoned any anti-imperialist struggle in the preceding years, were forced underground and were unable to organize effective resistance. Almost all went through internal crises which further increased their political impotence. 27. In Indonesia, Burma, Malaya, and the Philippines the communist parties were influenced by the Chinese experience, but had not assimilated it. They embarked on armed struggle without sufficient preparation, and with the further disadvantage that the opportunist policy of subservience to the national bourgeoisie which they had followed in the previous period had placed them in an unfavorable position. The armed movements were crushed or forced to take refuge in isolated areas, where they kept up a long drawn-out guerrilla struggle. 593. The Communist Party of India was shaken in this period by fierce internal struggles between the right and left wings. The right-wing opportunist faction which had predominated in the earlier period had made the party an appendage of the national bourgeoisie, while the sectarian leftist groups made no distinctions within the bourgeoisies and had failed to understand the Chinese lesson of the revolutionary potential of the peasant masses. 28. The Japanese Communist Party was similarly weakened by internal struggles and in addition became a victim of the repressive measures introduced by the American occupiers during the Korean War. In the internal organization of the communist parties, the COMINFORM period was marked by the growth of bureaucratic centralism and the development of ideological uniformity. It was a sort of second Bolshevization of the parties, carried out in the name of the fight against Titoism, as the first had been carried out in the name of the fight against Trotskyism. Purges were standard practice. There were few parties which did not experience crises in their controlling bodies, in addition to the effect on the lower ranks. Internal political activity became more than ever a matter of routine, stifling the breath of fresh air which had penetrated the parties during the years of the resistance and the liberation. The guiding principle of this second Bolshevization was the same as the one which had dominated the first, to force the movement into monolithic solidity under the leadership of Moscow's Marxism. This solidity was threatened at the time, as the Yugoslav heresy showed, by national and nationalist movements which had been strengthened by the war and the dissolution of the Comintern. The COMINFORM acted as a political and organizational instrument in the struggle against these tendencies. Another, specifically ideological, instrument was the cult of Stalin. The proportions to which this phenomenon grew no doubt indicated the extreme point of the abandonment of Marxism and its replacement by a sort of fideism accompanied by pragmaticism and practicism. They were also related, however, to the practical function of the cult as a means of curbing centrifugal tendencies. The parallel development of cults of national communist leaders was a more complex phenomenon. It was a guarantee of the monolithic unity of each party around a leader loyal to 594. The New World Balance. Stalin, but at the same time it was an obscure expression, unconscious in some cases and less unconscious in others, of the national or nationalist reaction to the cult of Soviet rule. The critical assessment of the activity of the COMINFORM which was quoted on p. 591 admitted that the arbitrary policy of diktat held back creative developments in the immediate problems of the international working class movement and the national liberation movement. Held back here is a euphemism in relation to the complete sterility in the field of creative developments which characterized the COMINFORM period. In this respect it cannot be said that there was a worsening, the previous situation simply persisted. The results of the situation, however, became an increasing weight, since during this time the world, radically transformed by the war, continued to develop and create ever more complex problems. Confronted with the problems of the new proletarian revolutions and the rebellion of the peoples oppressed by colonialism, with the spread of monopoly state capitalism and the struggle of the workers in this new stage of capitalism, the communist movement continued to brandish the formulae and clichés of the past. There was no research, no real discussion and no new ideas. At the very most, old reformist and pacifist ideas were slightly touched up and revived. The internal organization of the parties prevented anyone from putting forward the mildest suggestion for change. And if a suggestion chanced to emerge, a difficult process given the hardening of communist brains after 2 decades of ideological uniformity, it was killed at birth. Only the great theorist was recognized as having the ability, and the right, to put forward new ideas. In 1950 the great theorist became an authority on linguistics, in the process enriching the Marxist theory of base and superstructure. In 1952 he tackled the economic problems of socialism, in the process giving his diagnosis of the present state and prospects of capitalism. The theoretical vacuity of these last contributions of Stalin's is well 595. Enough known for us not to need to waste much time on them. It will be enough to note that Stalin applied to the new situation a schema of world revolution which he derived from the doctrine of socialism in one country. Starting from the premise that the building of socialism had been completed in the Soviet Union, Stalin maintained that it was perfectly possible to build communism within the confines of Soviet territory in the same way, even if capitalism and imperialism continued to exist in the rest of the world. 29 And, with the help of the USSR, the complete construction of socialism would also be possible in the people's democracies of Europe and Asia. According to Stalin, their rate of industrial development was such that it will soon come to pass that these countries will be in no need of imports from capitalist countries. 30. Trade with the Soviet Union would meet all their needs. At the same time, capitalism was moving rapidly towards its grave. The main capitalist countries are trying to offset these difficulties with the Marshall Plan, the war in Korea, frantic rearmament and industrial militarization. But that is very much like a drowning man clutching at a straw. Stalin's grounds for this conclusion were the following: the economic consequence of the existence of two opposing camps was that the single all-embracing world market disintegrated, so that we now have two parallel world markets, also confronting one another. While the socialist world market would steadily expand, the sphere of exploitation of the world's resources by the major capitalist countries will not expand but contract. Their industries will be operating more and more below capacity. This would provoke an exacerbation of the contradictions between these countries and make wars between them inevitable, while a war between the capitalist and socialist blocs would prove to be daily more difficult. The end of this triumphal development of socialism and communism within the camp led by the USSR, and of the steady regression of capitalism within the camp led by the United States, would be followed naturally and inevitably by the worldwide victory of socialism. The main problem to be solved in order to ensure this irresistible historical development was, therefore, to prevent the capitalist powers giving way to outbursts of fury, as Suslov put it, at their growing. 596. The New World balance weakness, from attacking the socialist camp and so interrupting its triumphant march towards communism. To guarantee a stable and prolonged peace, which was inconceivable without a stable and prolonged compromise between the two superpowers, consequently became the primary aim of the communist parties. It was a logical result of this that the struggle for a socialist revolution in the capitalist countries should be relegated to second place, and in particular subordinated to the supreme consideration of not endangering world peace. The main thing was that the communist parties in every country should unite all the supporters of peace as a wall against any warlike inclinations on the part of the United States against the Soviet Union, and all the supporters of national independence as a means of deepening the contradictions between the capitalist powers. These two tasks were not to be made more difficult by the advocacy of internal social and political goals which were unacceptable to the patriotic, democratic, or pacifist sections of the various bourgeoisies. This explains why Stalin, in his last advice to the communist parties, made no reference to the struggle for socialist goals in capitalist countries. To the Western communist leaders attending the Congress he said, "If you wish to be patriots and become the leading force in your countries, you must raise the banner of national independence and national sovereignty, of bourgeois democratic freedoms and peace." 31. The banner of socialism was to be left prudently furled. 597. Epilogue. In universal history, the actions of men have results which differ from what they plan and achieve, from their immediate knowledge and intentions. They achieve their aims, but there is produced at the same time something hidden within them, which their consciousness was not aware of and which was not included in their calculations. Hegel. With the death of Stalin, the communist movement entered its historical decline, the stage of general crisis. This will be the subject of the next 2 volumes of this book. In the second, the period between the 20th Congress of the CPSU and the Sino-Soviet split, and in the third, the present period. We shall begin our analysis of this stage with a general survey of the internal contradictions of the Soviet regime in the Stalin period, since it was these contradictions, brought to a critical point by the disappearance of the great charismatic leader, which produced the first serious disturbance at the center of the communist movement. The shock waves of that disturbance broke down ideological, political, and organizational barriers in the regimes of the socialist camp, in communist parties outside the camp, and in relations between states and parties. Latent conflicts and centrifugal tendencies were released. Myths and dogmas were shattered. Doubt, even anguish, entered people's minds. The partial and peripheral crises merged with the crisis of the Soviet center to form a single general crisis of the whole communist renouement. In this first volume it did not seem essential to make a general analysis of the development of the Soviet regime under Stalin in view of the fact that the crisis of the communist movement began, historically, at its 598 periphery. As we have seen, its first sign was the failure of the Communist International, both in the colonial and in the capitalist world. It next showed itself in the European communist movement's powerlessness to bring the catastrophic crisis of the capitalism in the 1940s to a revolutionary conclusion, and later in the break with Yugoslavia and the degradation of the people's democracies. At the same time, Stalin's regime established and consolidated itself within the Soviet frontiers by implacably destroying all obstacles in its path, both the reactionary opposition of the kulaks and the revolutionary opposition of the Bolshevik Old Guard. This regime took shape and developed as a totally new social system, new not only to history but also to the theoretical predictions of Marxism. Neither capitalist nor socialist, it was based on the exploitation of the main means of production by a new type of social class which began to grow up out of the elements capable of taking on the most useful and most urgent functions in a ruined and starving country, the organization and control of the economy. Believing subjectively, at least for a time, that it was building socialism and embodied the dictatorship of the proletariat, that it was putting Marxism into practice, this new ruling class became the real beneficiary of the means of production, immune to any intervention or control by the mass of the workers, and gradually acquired the subjective characteristics of a dominant class. This regime, born out of the destruction of the Soviet democracy of 1917, showed itself able to develop the forces of production, pull the country out of its economic and cultural backwardness and industrialize it at rates without precedent in the history of mankind. At the end of the 1940s, as the 20th Congress recognized, the socio-political structures had already come into contradiction with the level reached by the productive forces and with the needs of their further development. The notoriously ruthless character of the struggle between cliques for the succession, the only way of solving the problem of the succession in a political system which lacks any kind of democracy, in which the dictatorship is not hereditary and in which the conditions for revolution are not yet ripe, cannot be completely explained by personal ambitions. A fundamental cause of this struggle was the contradiction just mentioned, which had reached a certain degree of seriousness and interacted 599 with other conflicts and tensions, not only within the Soviet state but throughout the socialist camp and the communist movement. The dialectic of the struggle for power in this situation itself produced Khrushchev's secret report, a brutal revelation, in spite of the mystifications which it deliberately contained, of the underlying nature of the system. What had until this point been regarded by communists as slanders invented by the bourgeoisie and by traitors was now officially confirmed by the new General Secretary. It was now revealed that in the home of socialism power was not, and had not been for a long time, in the hands of the workers, nor even in the hands of the party which claimed to represent them, but in those of an all-powerful dictator, served by an ever-present police force, whose chief methods of government were political crime and ideological manipulation of the masses. It was now revealed that the campaign against the Yugoslav revolution had been a disgraceful invention concocted by Stalin and his police, as had been the trials in the people's democracies, from which it could be deduced that it was not the workers who held power in these either, nor again the parties which claimed to represent them, nor even the national dictator, but the new Russian autocrat and his political police. It was now revealed that the general policy of the communist movement had not been decided by the member parties, nor even by the leading party, because the highest organs of the latter were manipulated at the whim of the master of the Kremlin and his clique of assistants, themselves in turn controlled by the inevitable secret police. And so it went on. The secret report admitted this central fact: in every area of Stalin's world, states, parties, ideology, politics, economy, culture, the secret police had the last word. Stalin was the supreme head, but at the same time the victim, of an enormous police machine. Until this time the influence of the Soviet regime had spread throughout the communist movement which had grown up around it, not so much for what it was as for what it claimed and seemed to be. It was able to impose its dogmas and models on the movement, and subordinate it to its national policy, because in the eyes of revolutionaries throughout the world it was the first embodiment of socialism and the highest point of 600. Marxist thought. It was able to appear as such because the elimination of specific historical forms of oppression and exploitation, the capitalist and feudal forms, and the quantitative successes in industrialization and education were a genuine liberation when compared with the old Tsarist world. The real achievement of liberation was for a time, with the help of the mystifying ideology which the regime itself produced by adapting Marxism for this purpose, to act as a screen for the new forms of human alienation, oppression, and exploitation, which, in some respects, represented a regression from the forms familiar under advanced capitalism. Once again, the movement of history showed itself to be much more complex and contradictory than the most clear-sighted of theoretical predictions had envisaged. This view of the development of the Soviet regime, of its appearance and its reality, has been constantly present throughout the foregoing analysis of the first historical manifestations of the crisis in the communist movement, and we have tried to make clear, as the analysis required, the main sources of the various factors in the crisis of the movement and in its defeats and failures. These include belief in the socialist content of the Soviet regime and its use as the model of the socialist state and the Revolutionary Party, the canonization of its ideology as the definitive truth of Marxism, and the basis of the tactics, strategy, program, and policies of every communist party, and the subordination of the world's strategy, first of the Comintern and later of the communist movement, to the international policy of the Soviet state. But, beginning with the events of 1953-6, beginning with these events, the Soviet regime began to appear, more and more each day to the whole communist movement, not as it had seemed to be hitherto, but as it really was. It is true that the new ideological excuses, in spite of their clumsy ineptitude, did satisfy many communists, thereby showing how far their ideological formation had lost contact with living Marxism. Others regarded these arguments as a first, imperfect self-criticism which could open the way for a regeneration of the movement, but a new reality had burst in, and its immense demystifying power, destructive of all dogmas and myths, could not be stopped by any subjective barriers. Until now the failures, the defeats and the impotence of the communist parties had always been explained, when no objective factors were available, by their imperfections in relation to the Soviet model, insufficient Bolshevization, theoretical backwardness in comparison with the ideal theoretical level of the Soviet Party, and so on. From now on, little by little, the view gained ground that the weaknesses from which the communist parties and the movement as a whole suffered had the opposite cause, their resemblance to the Soviet model. In this way the crisis of the Soviet Party became the mirror in which the crisis of each communist party and the crisis of the international communist movement were reflected. This explains why the second volume of this work begins with the general analysis mentioned above, which will take us up to the 20th Congress, the historical precursor of the general crisis of the communist movement. We shall end the first volume of this study by bringing together various points which are in our view essential for a general understanding of the historical origin of the crisis in the communist movement and its course in the Comintern period and the decade between the dissolution of the International and the death of Stalin. As Chapter 2 showed, the constitution of the Comintern, its political platform, its organizational characteristics and its strategic and tactical views were decisively conditioned by the Leninist theory of the Russian Revolution and of world revolution. But the course of events in advanced capitalism very soon disproved Lenin's hypotheses on the degree of maturity and the immediate course of the world revolution. The whole course of subsequent history showed more and more clearly that this refutation was an indication of gaps and 602. Mistaken assumptions in Lenin's theoretical model of Western capitalist society. It showed clearly that it had now become an objective necessity to rethink the whole question of socialist revolution in this type of society. This objective necessity was not, however, admitted or allowed for by the forces grouped around the Comintern except in a limited form and primarily for tactical reasons. The failure of the revolution in advanced capitalism was viewed as something temporary, due primarily to the treachery of the social democratic leaders, which did not constitute an objection to the predictions of Marxist theory, either in its classical orthodox form or as interpreted by Lenin. At the same time, the initial victory of the revolution in a backward, semi-capitalist and semi-feudal country, on the edge of the vital area of the capitalist system, was interpreted as an absolute proof that the Marxist theory of revolution as interpreted by Lenin had reached the highest degree of scientific perfection. The Soviet system was a practical model of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and Lenin's strategy and tactics offered a model of strategy and tactics for all their communist parties which required only to be adapted to their respective national conditions. Even this adaptation, however, depended only partly on the national parties. The executive committee of the COMINTERN, in other words the Bolshevik Center, had the final decision. In short, the truth of the Russian Revolution became the truth of revolution in every latitude, with no more than a few minor adjustments. Being in possession of this universal truth, the COMINTERN opposed other tendencies and groupings within the working class movement with Bolshevik intransigence. It did not stop at barring them from membership, but also did much to make collaboration or discussion with them impossible. Just as the mirage of international civil war was dissolving, and a more or less peaceful coexistence was becoming established between the Soviet state and the capitalist states, a climate of civil war built up within the working class movement. The COMINTERN might have promoted a fruitful interchange between the experience and ideas of the Russian revolutionaries on the one hand and the Western working class movement on the other. Instead it became a barrier, not only against the reformist tendencies, though this was already bad enough. 603. Since these embraced the majority of the proletariat and only a genuine connection with these masses could give substance to the ideological and political struggle against reformism, but also against revolutionary tendencies of anarchist or anarcho-syndicalist types, and even against a number of trends which had genuine Marxist roots, such as Luxemburgism, or Orden Nuovo and others which grew up on the left of social democracy. Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of the Russian Revolution and the Bolshevik model of the party were far-sighted. Her warning of the serious consequences which would follow for the international communist movement from an insistence of forcing Bolshevism onto it as its model was prophetic. Both, however, like her ideas on strategy and tactics in the German situation and Gramsci's first theoretical work, were rejected en bloc or passed over in silence. The result was that the disturbing questions raised by the real movement of history for Lenin's theory of revolution, and for Marx's theory, went unanswered. Even worse, they went unrecognized. The dazzling fact of the October Revolution helped to obscure the theoretical crisis which had been revealed. Natural enthusiasm for the proletariat's first victory in history blinded or considerably weakened, except in a very few cases, the critical faculties of revolutionary Marxists. Nevertheless, the canonization of the new orthodoxy did not take place without resistance within the Comintern, particularly on the question of the nature of the party and the acceptance of Russian leadership. This resistance was, however, overcome without much difficulty thanks to the prestige of the Bolshevik leaders, and especially of Lenin, and as a result of the extraordinary powers the World Party's system of organization gave to its leading organs. But once Lenin was gone, the Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy very quickly degenerated into a dogmatism without precedent in the history of Marxism, and became an alienating ideology expressing and serving the interests of the new dominant class produced in the course of Stalinist industrialization. 2. One of the foundations of the new orthodoxy was a petrified view of capitalism which was fundamentally economistic and catastrophic in content. In the 1920s, while a degree of freedom of thought and discussion still existed in the Comintern and the Bolshevik Party, the problems raised. 604. By the building of socialism stimulated important discussion and research among Soviet theoreticians. Though to a lesser extent, the same thing happened within the Comintern in relation to colonial problems. In both cases, but especially in the first, it became quite clear that the problems involved were new ones, which had hardly been touched on by the classics of Marxism. This work continued until, here as in other areas, Stalin imposed his sterilizing ideological uniformity. But for the problem of capitalism there was not even this creative phase. It was taken for granted that on this subject the essential discoveries had been made by Marx, or, as regarded monopolies and imperialism, by Lenin. The position was made worse by a tendency to give both Marx's legacy and Lenin's analysis a dogmatic interpretation in terms of economism and catastrophism. According to this interpretation, the structures of monopoly capitalism formed an insuperable obstacle to the development of the productive forces, and the economic mechanism of the system was therefore doomed, within a relatively short period, to an inevitable collapse which would provoke the revolution, most probably as the consequence of a new imperialist war. It is well known that some of Marx's expressions and analyses seem to postulate a structural limit beyond which the capitalist dialectic cannot go. Centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. Marx's theory of revolution as a whole, however, does not allow an economist catastrophist interpretation of his ideas. Nevertheless, this is how they were interpreted at the time of the Second International, not only by Koskayan orthodoxy in its beginnings but also by the theoreticians of the left. Lenin's analysis, too, even if in certain features it is a creative development of Marxism, does not completely escape the effects of this ancestry. For example, when Lenin characterizes imperialism as a parasitic, putrefied capitalism, a capitalism in decay, and in particular when he sums up the economic essence of imperialism in the concept of capitalism in its agony, too is he not taking up the idea that the concentration of capital and the socialization of labor have already reached the limiting point of incompatibility with the capitalist shell which 605. Marx seemed to have predicted? Imperialist war was only the expression of this fact in the form of catastrophe. And was it not this theoretical perspective of Lenin's which led him to regard the objective conditions of world revolution as fully ripe, even to see the world revolution as having begun with the Russian Revolution? A whole series of statements by Lenin at this time support this view, notably the documents of the first 4 congresses of the Communist International, in which Lenin took part or whose proceedings he endorsed. The 4th Congress reaffirmed the description of capitalism made by the 3rd Congress, of which it gave the following summary. The Third World Congress, after an investigation of the world economic situation, could confidently assert that capitalism, after the fulfillment of its mission of developing the forces of production, now stands completely in opposition, not merely to the necessities of the present historical development, but even to the satisfaction of the most elementary human requirements. Capitalism today is in a period of deterioration. The collapse of capitalism is not inevitable. 3. The first 3 congresses all gave the same diagnosis of irreversible collapse. The first referred confidently to the total incapacity of the ruling classes to continue to guide the destinies of the peoples, the inability of finance capitalism to rebuild the ruined economy, the impossibility of restoring capitalism on the old foundations, the fatal general crisis affecting the circulation of commodities in the capitalist system, the impossibility of a return, not just to free competition, but also to the rule of the trusts, cartels, etc. The second asserted that Europe is being ruined, and the whole world with it. On the basis of capitalism there is no salvation. For according to the Third Congress, the curve marking the productive forces is going to decline from its present artificial level. The expansions are going to be short-lived and of a speculative nature. If it did prove possible to restore the capitalist equilibrium, it would be under conditions of economic exhaustion and barbarity in comparison with which the present state of Europe might be regarded as the height of well-being. A. 606. Higher standard of living is utterly incompatible with the present state of the capitalist system. 5. The capitalist world was in its death throes, and tottering once more towards world war. The essence of the Leninist International's view of capitalism was that the fundamental and inherent contradictions had reached a point of complete incompatibility with the functioning of the system. This was the specific content given in this period to the concept of the agony of capitalism. It is true that statements can be found in Lenin's writings which appear to contradict this view. As long as the proletariat is not in a position to give it the coup de grace, the bourgeoisie can always find an escape. The decay of capitalism does not mean that production may not increase in a particular branch or in a particular country, even if the opposite is happening in other branches of the economy or other countries. These fluctuations are explained by the law of unequal development. But in Lenin the contradiction is only apparent. All these fluctuations take place within the last stage at which the fundamental contradiction of the system is assumed to have emerged. In whichever direction they go, the fluctuations can only exacerbate it. This explains, according to the Third Congress, why it is an undoubted mark of our time that the curve of the capitalist evolution proceeds through temporary rises constantly downwards, while the curve of revolution proceeds through some vacillations constantly upwards. These vacillations are going to accompany capitalism in its agony, as was the case during its youth and maturity. 8. In 1924, when the new cycle of expansion in the capitalist economy was already underway, the Fifth Comintern Congress's resolution on the world economic situation insisted that the crisis was continuing in the form of a chronic industrial crisis in the big capitalist countries and an agrarian crisis throughout the world. The opinion of the social democratic theoreticians that capitalism has surmounted the post-war crisis and is entering a boom is unfounded. A few months later, a plenary session of the executive of the Comintern had to recognize the existence of expansion, but described it as a relative stabilization of capitalism. The underlying view remained unchanged. The program adopted by the Sixth Congress contained the following passage. 607. The epoch of imperialism is the epoch of dying capitalism. The World War of 1914-18 and the general crisis of capitalism which it unleashed prove that the material prerequisites of socialism have already matured in the womb of capitalist society. They prove that the capitalist shell has become an intolerable restraint on the further development of mankind. The capitalist system as a whole is approaching its final collapse. 8. The economic crisis of 1929 was seen in this light. Many writers praise the Comintern for predicting the crisis, but in fact very few of the economic analyses of the Comintern since its foundation did not predict the imminence of a large-scale crisis. Given the cyclic characteristics of capitalist development, it was a prediction which was bound to be fulfilled one day. But the successful prediction for 1929 led to no positive political effect because it was still embedded in the great mistake, the product of the concept of capitalism in its agony, of regarding the world economic crisis as the final crisis of the system, so many times announced and so long awaited. This, with other factors connected with the domestic and foreign policy of the Kremlin, produced the ultra-leftist line of the Comintern in this period. The main features of this line were its underestimate of the danger of fascism, dizzying sectarianism with regard to social democracy, the adventurous tactics forced on the Chinese Communist Party and its absurd line during the initial stage of the Spanish Revolution in Lenin. The economist and catastrophist aspects noted above were balanced by the comprehensive character of his theory of revolution, in which political factors, the party and the class struggle retained a clear primacy. They were controlled by his dialectical approach to the examination of any problem, his capacity for correction to meet the requirements of political action, always on the basis of a specific examination of a specific situation. All this will be discussed later. As Leninism became a set of dogmas in the theory and practice of the Comintern, each of its parts began to acquire an autonomous existence and ceased to be treated as an element in a dialectical whole. This happened to the Econo 608. Mist catastrophist element. The economic laws of capitalism were manipulated as though they transcended the class struggle, and were objective forces inevitably determining the course of history. In particular, the law of the fall in the rate of profit and the law of the increasing pauperization of the working class were used in abstraction from the contrary tendencies to which Marx drew attention. In the Comintern's analyses, the law of the unequal development of capitalism took on universal demonstrative force. It was used both to prove the possibility of the complete construction of socialism in the USSR and as an adequate explanation of the economic growth of a particular capitalist country, in spite of the agony of capitalism, or the stagnation of another. It could also be used to pick out the weakest link at any conjuncture, to show the danger of a new war and predict the alignment of adversaries. Until the victory of Nazism, the economist catastrophist outlook performed the ideological function, in the pejorative sense of ideological, of reconciling the Comintern's basic strategic premise with the real situation. According to this premise, the world revolution would soon resume its course. The real situation, however, was marked by a slackening of the class struggle in European and American capitalism, which was reflected in the spectacular growth of social democracy and the reformist trade unions, and the other side of this was a very sharp decline in the membership and influence of the Comintern. The economist catastrophist view made it possible to interpret this political and social development as a superficial phenomenon beneath which the action of the economic laws was still pushing capitalism inexorably towards the edge of the final crisis. This reinforced the credibility of the future of the Russian Revolution, and justified the existence of the Comintern as an ultra-centralized and semi-militarized world party, ready to lead the approaching world revolutionary war. 3. As was to be expected, the view of capitalism based on economism and catastrophism, and the mechanistic methodology inherent in it, had a negative effect on the Comintern's strategic and tactical discussions on the revolutionary struggle in the advanced capitalist countries. Without doubt, this is a main cause of the Comintern's inability to influence the 609 proletariat of the vital centers of capitalism, such as the United States and Great Britain. It also explains its inability to attract the decisive proletarian forces in another crucial center, Germany, in spite of the solid foothold the Comintern had possessed there and the weakness of German capitalism following the defeat and the revolutionary storm of 1918. In other words, it is the source of its inability to find a common language with the great mass of the proletariat in developed capitalism, and forms of action and organization adapted to their needs. The economist catastrophist vision also goes a long way to explaining why the Comintern interpreted the phenomenon of fascism as the morbid expression of the incurable weakness of capitalism, a last struggle in its agony, and the New Deal as another vain attempt to overcome its structural contradictions. This vision, which, as has been mentioned, inspired the ultra-left and sectarian line of the years up to Hitler's coming to power, later acted as ideological camouflage for the line of class collaboration which was introduced at the period of the Popular Fronts, and reached its culmination in the period of the Grand Alliance. The theory of imminent economic catastrophe continued to dominate the Communist movement until the end of Stalin's reign, and did not even disappear then. Stalin's economic writings of 1952 are a new attempt to give it theoretical form. These theoretical premises were the basis for permanent and essential features of Comintern tactics. In the first place, they determined the significance attributed to the struggle for elementary economic demands, which is summed up in the following passage from the tactical theses adopted at the Third Congress. The essence of the revolutionary character of the present period consists in the fact that the most modest living conditions for the proletariat are incompatible with the existence of capitalist society. As a result of this, the struggle for the most modest demands takes on the proportions of a struggle for communism. 9. Through all the Comintern's political shifts, this view remained one of the tactical principles of its action. The Comintern regarded the struggle for the most modest demands not only as the first link in the process of the growth of class consciousness and organizational unity in 610 the widest groups of the working class, but also the most effective means of accelerating the collapse of the capitalist productive mechanism. It would also check the influence of the reformist leaders. This was proved by the following argument: if the capitalists, in the agony of their system, could not give way to even the most modest economic demands of the workers, the reformist leaders, clear agents of the bourgeoisie, would be objectively unable to encourage or lead any real struggle for economic demands. In practice, social democracy was the main beneficiary of the economic struggle up to 1929, while the Comintern, even during the years of the Great World Crisis, suffered a serious loss of membership. Only the French party after the Popular Front, the Czech party for a short time and the Italian party after 1945, were able to gain anything from competition with social democracy and the reformist unions on this ground, and then only at the cost of themselves adopting a reformist outlook. This experience nevertheless does not prove that the struggle for economic demands in the period we are studying here was of no importance for revolutionary action against capitalism. It shows, quite simply, that it did not have the significance attributed to it in the economist catastrophist view. Below a certain quantitative limit, it not only remained perfectly compatible with the functioning of the system, but it was even an important force in its technological and organizational development. To go beyond that limit required a degree of class consciousness and revolutionary politicization which the struggle for the most modest demands alone could not create, since successes in this struggle swelled, rather than reduced, reformist illusions. For a different result, the economic struggle would have had to be made part of a political and ideological campaign based on the contradictions and problems, some new, some old, which were growing in importance in the existence of the masses in proportion as the fight for a crust of bread lost its original dramatic character. But the vision of capitalism in its agony, which was essentially economic, led to an underestimate of this new range of problems, the central core of which can be summed up as the problem of political and social democracy. Bourgeois democracy, which the mass of workers regarded as their conquest from the moment that it allowed for the legal existence of 611 workers' organizations, the legality of the strike, universal suffrage, etc., could be used in a revolutionary way, but at the same time it constitutes one of the main sources of reformism, both on the ideological and political level and on that of the struggle for everyday demands. This effect cannot be neutralized by an abstract denunciation of the formal aspects of this democracy, but only by a practical struggle for real democracy in all aspects of social life. The Comintern not only underestimated this problem, but until its 7th Congress it took a fundamentally abstract and negative attitude to it. On the programmatic level, it contrasted bourgeois democracy with proletarian democracy of the Soviet type. The particular model it recommended, however, had difficulty in arousing enthusiasm among the mass of workers formed in reformist unions and social democratic parties, who had been informed, not always sympathetically, of course, about the developments taking place in Soviet democracy by their own organizations. The masses of workers in the West found it hard to understand how the militarization of the unions, the suppression of political freedoms, not only for the bourgeoisie but also for the proletariat, and the hierarchical and Taylorist organization of production represented a form of democracy superior to the formal democracy of the bourgeoisie, which gave the workers at least some legal opportunities of defending their living conditions. Until its switch of line at its 7th Congress, the Comintern always called for the formation of Soviets as soon as it judged that a revolutionary situation had developed in a particular country. But this abstractly administered advice, lacking any connection with the specific forms taken by the mass movement under the pressure of traditional experience, did not once have practical effects in the capitalist countries. Effective action would have required a different political strategy, which included a constant effort to develop forms of proletarian democracy in every area of the mass struggle, and particularly at work and in the unions. The communist parties would have had to be themselves the bearers of the new democracy, in the forms of their links with the masses, in the way they worked out their policies and in their internal organization. Given its theoretical and organizational basis, its narrow rejection of the experiences and movements in Europe which went furthest towards 612. Developing proletarian democracy in the actual process of the struggle against capitalism, the Comintern could not even imagine a strategy of this type. After the 7th Congress, following the requirements of the defense of the USSR and the struggle against fascism, the Comintern and its sections took their stand in defense of democracy, but bourgeois democracy. This was the basis on which the communist parties succeeded in reforming their links with the mass of the workers, and, in a few rare cases, in becoming dominant parties within the working class. All this, however, was the beginning of the neo-reformist trend, which was to gather strength and expand within the framework of the Grand Alliance. The view of capitalism as in its agony and the corresponding interpretation of fascism, mentioned above, were also used as an excuse for allowing the communist parties to slide onto the ground of bourgeois democracy, parliamentarism, and legalism. It was now argued that the survival of capitalism was incompatible with the preservation of bourgeois democracy, and therefore that the defense of this democracy, like the defense of the immediate economic interests of the masses, was inevitably leading the system as a whole towards its end. 4. Around the middle of the 1920s, COMINTERN orthodoxy was enriched by the introduction of the doctrine of socialism in one country. This had a similar ideological function to the economist catastrophist view, namely to increase the credibility of both the future of the Russian Revolution and the inevitability of world revolution, although in fact it was an expression of the Stalinist fraction's suspicion of the latter. This suspicion was expressed in Stalinist doctrine's tendency to make the Russian Revolution independent of world revolution, though preserving the interdependence of the two in the last instance. What was being claimed by this theory was that socialism could be completely constructed in Russia even if the revolution did not take place in the advanced capitalist countries, though this revolution was still admitted to be necessary as an ultimate guarantee of the security of full socialism in Russia against any foreign attack. On this basis, the doctrine of socialism in one country was combined in the text of the Comintern with the expectation of world revolution. This 613 new element, however, entails a revision of essential aspects of the theory of world revolution, in both its Leninist and Marxian versions. We shall do no more here than give a schematic summary of the main points of this revision. Stalinist doctrine introduced the postulate, which contradicted the assumptions about the material conditions of socialism which were fundamental to Marx's method, that socialism could be completely constructed within a single region and did not require the area of the whole world. After the Second World War, Stalin claimed that even communism could be constructed within the frontiers of the USSR. In both cases these were abstract propositions, lacking any serious theoretical basis and imposed in an authoritarian manner. Quite apart from this, the empirical evidence of full socialism, which was supposed to have been already achieved in the Stalin period, supported Marx's views. The substance of the problem will not, however, be discussed here. Apart from what was said in Chapter 2, this aspect of Stalin's revision will be left for the second part of this study. Marx and Lenin held that the main advance of world revolution would take place in the developed capitalist countries. In their view, the various types of revolution on the periphery of the capitalist system could be very important and help the proletariat to revolutionary victory in the vital centers of the system, but only this final victory could create the economic and political conditions necessary for the establishment of a full socialist society. Until Lenin's death, the place and function of the Russian Revolution within the world revolution was always seen in this way, and the building of a socialism within the frontiers of the Soviet Union was regarded as a task which could not be carried to completion and produce a real socialist society without combining with the revolution in the developed capitalist zone. The task of the Soviet Union was to go as far as possible in this direction as long as the proletariat in capitalism had not taken 614 power, and at the same time to give this proletariat as much help of every sort as possible to help them to reach that goal. The doctrine of socialism in one country brought a radical change in conceptions of strategy. The construction of socialism in the USSR became, according to the 6th Congress of the Communist International, the international engine of the proletarian revolution. The most important factor in world history, the essential factor in the international liberation of the proletariat. The contradiction between the USSR and the capitalist world became the new fundamental contradiction determining the progress of the world revolution. To put it another way, as Ponomarev has recently done, the construction of socialism in the USSR was built up as the decisive front in the revolutionary struggle of the international working class, its most important international task. 11 In other words, the first task of the Comintern was no longer the revolutionary struggle to overthrow capitalism in its vital centers, but the preservation of the Soviet state from all outside attacks while it built full socialism. In the view of Marx and Lenin, the international organization of the revolutionary proletariat could not, from its very essence, be subordinated to any national interest. This was the spirit in which the Communist International was conceived. Soviet power was regarded as a force totally subordinate to the interests and demands of the world revolutionary struggle, as a unity of the Communist International, not a power above it. In practice, as has emerged in the course of this study, the Communist International was from the very first subordinated to the leaders of the Soviet state and, in spite of the genuine internationalism of Lenin, Trotsky and other Bolshevik leaders, a separation grew up between theory and actual practice. Nevertheless, Lenin saw the danger inherent in this subordination, which also contradicted his whole conception of internationalism. This can be seen in his speech at the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, criticizing the resolution on the tasks of the International for being too Russian. Under Stalin, this subordination was not only increased in practice, it was also given a theoretical basis in the doctrine of socialism in one country. Once the construction of socialism in one country had been 615. Defined as the decisive front of the world revolution, once it had become the first task of the International to defend this goal from foreign threats, it became logical and inevitable that the activity of the International should be controlled by those who had the direct responsibility for the construction of socialism in the USSR. The Stalinist revision as a whole made the Marxist-Leninist theory of revolution even more determinist than it had become under the influence of the economist catastrophist outlook. For the new view, if capitalism in its agony could not guarantee a substantial, long-term development of the productive forces, and if, on the other hand, these forces could grow without restriction in the USSR and create the material base for full socialism, the moment would inevitably come when the relation of forces in the world as a whole would tip finally in favor of socialism, even if the proletariat of the capitalist countries had not yet been able to make its revolution. In the end, its revolution would fall like a ripe fruit from the tree of socialism in one country. 5. While this attitude, as illusory as it was optimistic, became the basis of Comintern's strategy, a different, and this time very realistic, attitude was emerging unnoticed in the relations between the Soviet state and the capitalist world. Marx had presumed that the victory of the revolution in any of the capitalist countries would, given the arrangement of the world economy, the character of the advanced productive forces and the system of international relations, be incompatible with the continued existence of capitalism in the other countries of the same type. A struggle to the death would inevitably follow. There can be no doubt that this prediction rested on solid foundations. We need only imagine what would have happened if the proletarian revolution had been successful in Germany in 1918. Would the Entente powers have limited themselves to an intervention analogous in proportion to their intervention against the Russian Revolution? Would they not have mobilized a maximum of economic and military power to crush it? At the start, the Bolsheviks took this view of the fate of the Russian Revolution, and the intervention by the Entente powers seemed to prove them right. This is the source of the accent of incredulity and surprise which can be heard in their first reactions to the situation of more or less peaceful coexistence which 616 followed immediately on the defeat of counter-revolution at home and intervention from abroad. This is the source of their fear that a new intervention on a much larger scale might take place at any moment. The mobilization of the workers internationally and other political factors are only a partial explanation for the failure of this intervention to take place. The real reason, without any doubt, was that Tsarist Russia was a long way from having the same importance in the world economy as the main capitalist countries. The mechanism could go on functioning perfectly without this part, and there might even be a bonus in the shape of an opportunity of trade with the vast new state corporation now making its entry on the world stage. On the other hand, The capitalist powers could not accept a Soviet Russia which fomented socialist revolutions beyond its frontiers. They could not accept a Russia which not only gave theoretical, political, and material assistance to the revolutionary movement in the capitalist world, but also, by creating a social system which made real progress towards the economic, political, and cultural liberation of the working people, gave an explosive example to the world proletariat. This also explains part of the incredulity of Lenin and his comrades at the possibility of lasting coexistence with the capitalist world. For them Soviet Russia was before anything else the driving force of revolution in the world as a whole. In this respect the doctrine of socialism in one country, as we have shown, introduced a fundamental change of attitude. It provided a theoretical possibility of eliminating the element of incompatibility from the relations of the Soviet state with capitalist states, since it asserted that the revolution in the advanced capitalist countries was no longer the necessary condition for the construction of socialism in the USSR. Of course, to transform this possibility into a reality it was necessary for the Soviet leadership to abandon proletarian internationalism and retreat into its National Socialism. It was also necessary that this National Socialism should cease to be the explosive example we have described. The international bourgeoisie adjusted its attitude to the Soviet state according to the development of that state and its policies. The industrialization of Russia made no difference to the essential economic 617 interests of the bourgeoisie, and might even open up possibilities of profit. In addition, the destruction of Soviet democracy and the limitation of the political and trade union rights of the workers gave bourgeois and social democratic propaganda excellent arguments with which to discredit not just the Soviet regime, but also revolutionary Marxism and the very idea of revolution and socialism, in the eyes of the majority of workers. To the degree that this process became firmly established and the Soviet example provided less and less inspiration for large sections of the Western working class movement, bourgeois politicians and ideologists concentrated their efforts on making the Soviet leaders abandon their claim to foment revolution outside their frontiers. Bukharin, at the end of 1927, caught the tone of the world bourgeoisie perfectly when he made Chamberlain say, "We have no objection at all to trading with you, but would you mind winding up the Communist International?" 12 Until Hitler's accession to power the Soviet leaders rejected this demand of the world bourgeoisie. The new dominant class had not yet fully emerged. In the internal struggle for power and in the achievement of its main economic aims, forced collectivization and industrialization by equally forced stages, the Stalinist fraction needed to be able to wrap itself in the ideology of world revolution. Again, while the tacit alliance with a Germany burdened by the Treaty of Versailles was still in being, the Soviet leaders regarded their frontiers as relatively safe, even if they made use of the threat of aggression for motives of domestic or foreign policy. The result was that the construction of socialism in the USSR was presented openly as the driving force of the world revolution and the Communist International as its main instrument. The theory of world revolution corrected and revised in the way we have seen was given its most coherent, and most dogmatic, formulation in the program adopted by the 6th Congress of the Comintern. This theory was to give rise to a praxis totally inoperative in both the capitalist and the colonial worlds. It led to disaster in China and finally to disaster in Germany, but at least it kept the sacred flame alight. These are the heroic and ultra-sectarian years of the Stalinist Comintern. The year 1934 was a historic turning point. In the USSR it was the year of the Great Terror which consolidated Stalin's dictatorship and 618. With it, the formation of the new dominant class. Abroad a reversal of alliances was undertaken. The United States and European capitalism became potential allies of the USSR in the face of the danger from Hitler. The year 1935 saw the Franco-Soviet Pact, the first military agreement between the Soviet state and a capitalist state. The construction of new alliances required concessions, and Stalin, as the subsequent course of his policy showed, did not limit himself to tactical concessions. He went further and further along the path which was to lead him, at the expense of the world revolutionary movement, to sacrifice all that was required, and more than was required, on the altar of the interests of the USSR, already identified with the interests of the new privileged class. The first step was the shelving of the theory of world revolution. This program, so solemnly proclaimed at the Sixth Congress, was replaced by a universal program of anti-fascism, peace and democracy. The construction of socialism in the USSR was no longer presented as the driving force of world revolution and became that of world democracy and the ultimate guarantee of peace. Nothing would have been less opportune at that moment than a proletarian revolution in the democratic Europe, which was the potential ally of the USSR. This is why, when proletarian revolution broke out in Spain in 1936 and seemed to be developing in France, the Comintern consistently tried to push the Spanish Revolution back into the framework of bourgeois democracy and to block any possible materialization of the revolution in France. This meant rejecting, without even exploring it, the possibility which arose in 1936 of giving the struggle against fascism and the danger of war a revolutionary turn. The Soviet states' aid to the Spanish Republic, like the great movement of solidarity with it, was kept within the limits compatible with the new direction of the Kremlin's foreign policy. As early as the Seventh Congress, the dissolution of the Comintern was under consideration, but it was retained to assist in the application of the new policy of the Popular Front, the world communist movement's great shift towards reformism. Its revolutionary prestige could still be used to mask the abandonment of revolution and to control the forces which, subjectively, had not yet abandoned it. This abandonment of revolution was a conscious act on 619. The part of the Stalinist clique, but not as yet on the part of the vast majority of the militants and organizers of the Comintern. After the brief interlude of the Nazi-Soviet pact, with its grotesque disinterment of old schemas now emptied of all content, the only function of Ilyich was to disguise Stalin's aim of reaching a lasting agreement with Nazi Germany, the theoretical and practical abolition of the initial revolutionary aims of the communist movement was to reach its fullest development during the years of the Grand Alliance. The dissolution of the Comintern was the symbol of this. The Communist International was not abolished because it was thought to be, as it indeed was, an unsuitable system for organizing and controlling the international revolutionary struggle. This was the reason given in the 1943 resolution, but the real reason was the abandonment of interest in revolution. The Communist International was not abolished because this was the necessary condition for the defeat of Germany, but because it was the necessary condition for the division of the world between the Stalinist state and its capitalist allies. It was not abolished to facilitate revolutionary action by the communist parties in their respective countries, but to facilitate their reformist action within the framework of bourgeois democracy. It was not abolished because it was in a crisis, but because, in spite of its crisis, it still symbolized proletarian revolution. The whole policy of the communist parties, with the exception of the few which were beginning to revolt against Moscow's leadership, was determined by the aim which Stalin set himself from the time of his very first negotiations with the other two great powers, the division of Europe and the world into spheres of influence. This entailed the communist parties rejecting in advance any attempt to transform the anti-fascist war into a socialist revolution, a rejection which itself determined the fact that the communist parties' policies did not encourage, but actively discouraged, the appearance of any such possibility. Their conception of the alliances, of the nature of the new anti-fascist power and the ways in which it could be created, tended to place the most advanced forces of the resistance under the political and ideological control of the national anti-fascist bourgeoisie and the valiant allies of the USSR. And then, in spite of everything, in spite of Stalin's compromises and 620. The general line he imposed on the communist movement, revolution became a fact in Yugoslavia and Greece and a possibility in France and Italy. In that final and irreversible collapse of Hitler's army, military superiority in Europe swung decisively to the side of the Soviet army. The left wing of the resistance reached the peak of its influence, bringing with it the great majority of the proletariat and large sectors of the petty bourgeoisie. The conjunction of these two factors, Soviet military superiority on the continent and the dominance of the radical wing of the resistance, now made possible, At the very least, the formation of advanced anti-fascist bases under the leadership of working-class and left-wing petty bourgeois forces. When this real opportunity appeared, a possible first stage in an original continent-wide revolutionary development in Europe, the instructions which came from Moscow and were supported by almost all the national communist leaderships were designed to head off this possibility completely, to hold back the movement and foster the wildest illusions about the likely decisions of the Big Three. They strengthened Anglo-American authority in the west and south of Europe and recognized the authority of the Gaullists in France and of the Christian Democrats in Italy. And when a revolutionary development was more than a possibility and became a reality, as in Greece, Stalin had no hesitation in facilitating British military intervention to crush the rising. The result was that the transformation of the anti-fascist war in Europe into revolution came about only in Yugoslavia, where the communist leaders had made this their aim from the beginning and had followed this policy consistently in spite of pressure from Moscow. It also took place in the countries occupied by the Soviet Army, where the abolition of the old regimes was a necessary condition for the establishment of the Soviet defensive barrier. Revolutions of this sort involved the loss of barely recovered national independence, however, and power did not pass to the people, or even to the communist parties, which were very much a minority in most of these countries, but to small groups subservient to Moscow. 621. The line of the communist parties in the colonies and semi-colonial territories was adapted to the policy of the Grand Alliance in the same way. The Latin American communists had to collaborate with U.S. imperialism, the Indian communists with British imperialism. And, as everyone knows, there would have been no revolution in China if the Maoist leadership had adopted the policy of national unity, on French or Italian lines, with Chiang Kai-shek, which Stalin demanded. The Soviet Union had become a world power, a superpower, had pushed its strategic frontiers forward into the heart of Europe and was recognized and respected as an immovable reality by the capitalist states. On this basis, the USSR settled firmly into the new status quo, and the search for a global arrangement with the other superpower became the main aim of its international policy. The Cold War was no more than a dangerous stage of this search, provoked by American imperialism's pretensions to world leadership. It did not represent an anti-imperialist or revolutionary shift in Stalin's attitude. The same is true of the setting up of the COMINFORM, the real purpose of which was to make it easier to control the satellites and to mobilize the communist movement as an instrument for putting pressure on the White House to accept the compromise sought by the Kremlin. While in the East the Great Chinese Revolution opened the period of revolt in the Third World, in the West the prospect of socialism was relegated to theory, if the term still has any application in the communist movement, to a distant and uncertain future, and the decisive factor in bringing it about became economic competition between the two systems, which was destined to be crowned by the victory of Soviet communism. Revolution became a disturbing, and almost undesirable, possibility. The main task was to preserve the Pax Soviето-Americana. On the level of theory, official Marxism was completely transformed into a rigid system of dogmas and stereotyped formulas. On the political level it became a narrow empiricism with a reformist content. Thus, at the end of Stalin's reign, the abandonment of living Marxism and of revolutionary theory and practice reached a much more advanced stage than in the old social democratic orthodoxy, and the communist movement could have taken over Bernstein's formulation from the end of the last century: social democracy must have the courage to free itself from. 622. The phraseology of the past and be willing to appear as it now is in reality, a party of democratic and social reforms. But the reformism which now made its appearance differed from the old in a number of important features. First, its emergence was primarily determined by the subordination of the Comintern to Soviet foreign policy and by the task assigned to the Comintern as part of that subordination, namely, the defense of the USSR. During the period of the Popular Fronts the requirements of this task had coincided with the needs of the anti-fascist struggle, but only on condition, given the Stalinist leadership's view of what was meant by the defense of the USSR, that this struggle did not constitute a threat to the bourgeois system in states which were or might be allies of the USSR. More bluntly, the struggle against fascism had to be approached in a spirit of class collaboration. This requirement persisted after the Second World War because the main aim of Stalin's policy, even during the Cold War, was to reach a lasting arrangement with the United States and its satellites. But this fundamental characteristic came into increasing contradiction, as time passed, with the internal requirements of neo-reformist policies in each country. Secondly, the reformist praxis in which the communist parties now began to engage continued to be reconciled with a socialist perspective, just as the ultra-revolutionary policy of the previous period had been, by means of the doctrine of socialism in one country and the economist catastrophist view which, as has been mentioned, continued to be maintained until the death of Stalin. Subsequently, faith in this socialism received a mortal blow from the secret report, the denunciation of the trials, the Hungarian Rising, the Polish October and the rest. The picture of capitalism at the last limits of its productive capacity was also severely shaken by the spectacular development of European, American, and Japanese capitalism. With its ideological foundations so severely shaken, communist neo-reformism now began to look for a doctrinal basis closer to that of traditional reformism. Thirdly, the new reformism differed from the traditional version in the model of society to which it claimed to aspire, which continued to be that of Stalinist Russia. It followed from this that any groups which 623 allied themselves with the communist parties, all those who contributed to the arrival of the socialism, were digging their own graves as tendencies, groups, or parties distinct from the Communist Party. The Moscow trials of the period of the Popular Fronts and the trials in the people's democracies after the war were a constant check on potential fellow travelers. During the Stalinist period this was the most vulnerable side of the Communist Party's new line. After the 20th Congress each day made it clearer that without repudiating the Stalinist model of socialism the policy of neo-reformism would remain a dead end. The last feature which distinguished the new reformism from the old was the type of party which supported it. When the switch began, the sections of the Comintern had reached, by means of Bolshevization and a succession of purges, a high degree of ideological and organizational uniformity, on which the Seventh Congress congratulated them as an expression of their maturity. This enabled them to take the new path without serious problems and to assimilate the new militants who joined during the resistance and the liberation. The organizational system of the communist parties made the new reformism more effective in certain respects, and, together with ideological uniformity, made an internal struggle for a revolutionary line more difficult than in social democratic parties. But these characteristics of the communist parties, especially ideological uniformity and the absence of internal democracy, also came into contradiction with the policy of alliances implied by the new line. To sum up, it can be said that the growth of communist neo-reformism, which was already visible in the period studied in this book and developed further after that, was marked by a movement in the direction of traditional reformism. This tendency is one of the most telling general signs of the crisis in the communist movement. 6. Chapter 2 has already tried to show that the objective starting point of the crisis in the communist movement is the fact that at the time the Communist International was created, contrary to what Lenin thought, the objective conditions for the socialist revolution had not developed in advanced capitalism, and that the International was nevertheless devised to act in these non-existent conditions. The Comintern, conceived as the headquarters and advance unit in an immediate assault on world capitalism, found itself confronted with a radically different task: to win the mass of the proletariat over to a revolutionary policy in non-revolutionary conditions. Logically, this task would have required a complete reorganization of the International, but, as was said above, this was not even considered. To explain this it is not enough to return to the factor noted in point I of this summary, the dazzling prestige of the October Revolution. We must start from the Leninist view of the party and the difference between this view and Marx's. Marx's writings contain no systematic theory of the proletarian party, but his views on this subject, taken in connection with his militant activity, first in the Communist League and later in the First International or the German Socialist Party, form a coherent and significant whole. Marx's idea of the proletarian political party is a corollary of his conception of the communist revolution as the self-emancipation of the working class. According to Marx, no outside force, charismatic leader, conspiratorial group, political party, can replace the revolutionary maturity of the working class. The communist revolution will be made by that class or it will not take place. According to Marx's theory of revolution, this maturity can only be produced by the practice of the class struggle, which is forced on the proletariat by its inevitable situation in capitalist relations of production. The experience of this struggle teaches the proletariat the need for organization and solidarity. It shows them their common interests and their common enemy, and gradually transforms them from class in itself, a set of individuals, to a class for itself, aware of the radical antagonism which exists between it and the capitalist system. The theory developed by intellectuals of bourgeois. 625. Origin who join the revolutionary class, and have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. 13 contributes to the growth of this awareness, but is not its cause. For Marx it is revolutionary activity which creates consciousness, and consciousness in its turn extends and clarifies that activity. Between these two aspects of the same activity there exists the dialectical interaction defined in the third thesis on Feuerbach. Marx had lived through the decline of the revolutionary spirit which followed the defeat of proletarian efforts in the revolutions of 1848, and had watched the English working class become bourgeois. He was well aware that the process of the maturation of the proletariat as a revolutionary class was not simply linear, but on the contrary deeply contradictory, marked out by advances and setbacks, illusions and disappointments, a permanent struggle between the dominant bourgeois ideology and the emerging proletarian ideology. But Marx believed that because of the nature of capitalist contradictions this process would lead, in the end, to the maturation of the proletariat as a revolutionary class. It was this process which he regarded, as he wrote in I-860, as the formation of the proletarian party in the large historical sense of the term, the proletarian party which everywhere springs up spontaneously from the soil of modern society 14 and in which Marx included all the forms taken by the self-activity of the proletariat. In other words, Marx saw the proletariat as forming the revolution party as a class, not as an entity distinct from the class and certainly not above it. This view cannot be called spontaneous in the normal sense of the term, since while the process comes into being spontaneously, determined by the objective situation of the proletariat in capitalist society, it follows from its nature that consciousness should become more and more important. It entails that consciousness should more and more determine the subsequent stages and give them an organized character by defining more and more precisely their goals and the means needed to reach them. Working class political parties in the usual sense are for Marx partial and temporary, episodic is his word 18, expressions of the proletarian party in the large historical sense of the term, in the same way as the unions or other forms of working class organization. Marx regarded the 626. Role of trade unions as very important, though he sharply criticized their tendency to economize and while on many occasions he expressed reservations about working class political parties. In 1869 he wrote, "All political parties whatever, without exception, only arouse the enthusiasm of the mass of workers for a period, momentarily, while the unions win mass support permanently. Only the unions are capable of forming a real workers' party and setting up a barrier to the power of capital." 16. This comment, and others like it, does not imply an underestimate of the political dimension of the class struggle. Marx was continually calling on the unions to politicize their activities and consider the question of power. It is Marx's warning against the separation of the economic and social aspect of the class struggle from the specifically political aspect, and a warning against the natural tendency of political groups to separate themselves from the class, and lead and mold it according to their own group views and interests. In the course of his activity as a militant, Marx fought on several occasions against these tendencies. In 1850 he attacked the members of the Communist League, who, not content with organizing the revolutionary proletariat and profoundly contemptuous of the more theoretical activity which consists in explaining to the workers their class interests, devoted themselves to anticipating the development of the revolutionary process and artificially precipitating the crisis. They were, added Marx acidly, the alchemists of the revolution, fully sharing the old alchemists' confusion of ideas and the obstinacy which goes with the obsessive ideas. 17 In 1873 he criticized the Bakuninists for regarding themselves as the privileged representatives of the idea of revolution, setting themselves up as a general staff and taking it upon themselves to impose on the international, by conspirational and dictatorial means, a unity of thought and action amounting to dogmatism and blind obedience, to the Perinda AC cadaver of the Society of Jesus. 18 In 1870 Marx and Engels protested against the opportunist tendencies which were beginning to appear in the leading circle of the German Socialist Party, and in particular against the idea that the working class is not capable of liberating itself. 19 Many more examples could be cited to show that Marx and Engels systematically opposed any group, of left or right, which attempted to 627. Substitute itself for the real movement of the working class, to dictate policies to it or impose theory on it. Marx never saw the activity of communists, that is, of those who shared his theoretical views, as the activity of a party external to the working class, endowed with a privileged function of leadership in the Leninist sense. The Communist Manifesto proclaims: the Communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. They do not set up any sectarian principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. The immediate aim of the Communists is the same as that of all the other proletarian parties: formation of the proletariat into a class, overthrow of the bourgeois supremacy, conquest of political power by the proletariat. Communists are not a separate party, but a section of the working class movement, the most resolute section. Theoretically, they have the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement, which means that they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. 20 It is true that this theoretical advantage, and the representation of the interests of the movement as a whole, carry within them the possibility of, and even a tendency to, separation from the class as a whole, a possibility of contradiction with the first principle that the Communists are not a separate party and do not assume the right to mold the movement by sectarian principles. This danger is all the greater since the theory which gives the Communists this advantage requires a level of scientific development which the proletariat cannot produce by itself under the conditions of capitalism. It is supplied by intellectuals drawn, with a few exceptions, from the dominant classes and the bourgeoisie. This is the source of the possibility of a dictatorship of science over the proletarian movement, and gives the theoreticians as a group a greater chance of winning a monopoly of real control. It was to guard against this danger that Marx insisted on a genuinely democratic party. 628. Organization, with election and permanent control of the leaders by the militants, and a struggle against any cult of authority or leaders. In his polemic against the Bakuninists, Marx declared himself clearly against any sort of hierarchical organization with an authoritarian internal structure and an official orthodox doctrine. He defended the legitimacy of theoretical and political differences within the International and its sections, and complete freedom of discussion in press, assemblies, and Congress. 21 At the same time he rejected the imposition of any party * criterion in scientific research. 22 Science could not impose its conclusions on the working class movement, nor could the institutions in which the movement was embodied set themselves up as authorities over science. To sum up, Marx's view of the proletarian political party is extremely flexible, sensitive, and open, democratic in the least formal and most radical sense of democracy. Its actual form at any particular moment must be a function of the formation of the proletarian political party in the large historical sense. In Marx's view, the real agent in historical action, in the revolution, is the class. The proletarian political party can never replace it in this role, it must be its instrument and under its control. Each time the particular form taken by the party, whether the Communist League or the First International, seemed to Marx and Engels to be entering into contradiction with the real movement of the class. Marx and Engels did not hesitate to suggest its disappearance. The political party is not the leader of the class, in the Leninist sense, it is the theoretical and practical mediation between the scientific understanding of the class struggle and social development, itself liable to constant correction as a result of the real movement, and the autonomous action of the proletariat. Its mission is not to take over the leadership of the class, but to help it to lead itself. As Rosa Luxemburg said, arguing with Lenin and faithfully reflecting Marx's thought, social democracy is not connected with the organization of the working class, it is the actual movement of the working class. 23. With the entry of capitalism into the stage of monopoly and imperialism, a development began within the working class movement which seemed to contradict Marx's predictions about the development of the proletariat into the revolutionary class. Under the pressure of the 629 struggles of the proletariat, capitalism showed itself capable of conceding substantial improvements in the living conditions of most workers. The previous advances of anti-capitalist consciousness seemed to die away or even be reversed, and give way to a spirit of accommodation and reformism, which spread among large sections of the working class. Doctrinal revisionism, which was both a reflection and a source of this tendency, justified this abandonment of the revolutionary perspective with genuflections to the spontaneity of the working class movement. Orthodox Marxism reacted by exalting the role of the theory of scientific socialism, which it presented as the source of the proletariat's socialist consciousness. Koski made his famous statement, "Socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without and not something that arose within it spontaneously." 24. It is a statement which, if taken literally, is incompatible with Marx's view. The qualification if taken literally is relevant because a reading of the document which contains this passage shows that Koski uses the term socialist consciousness as the equivalent of socialist doctrine, that is, the scientific theory of capitalism and socialism. Lenin takes over Koski's ambiguous expression in What is to be done? Has the same confusion of concepts in his own argument and, much worse, makes it the foundation of his theory of the Revolutionary Party. The reason for this view of Lenin's is not simply the fact that at the time he wrote What is to be done? He regarded Koski as the highest authority in Marxism, but also because the history of the penetration of Marxism into Russia and its spread, together with the political context in which Lenin worked out his theory of the party, pushed him in the same direction. This was the period in which Marxism was beginning to gain a hold in Russia, and make numerous converts among young revolutionary intellectuals looking for new paths after the failure of the People's Will, the movement which marked the Russian proletariat's first real entry on the political scene with the strikes of 1896. Just as in 630. The previous period, the populist intelligentsia found its mass base in the muzhiks, the Marxist intellectuals of the last 2 decades of the 19th century, like the young Marx in 1843, regarded the workers who were beginning to be produced by the late developing Russian capitalism as the material weapons of their new philosophy. They introduced among the workers the socialist consciousness which the practice of the class struggle had not yet had time to awaken, even in embryonic form. This empirical fact seemed to Lenin to be confirmation of Koski's theory. Stressing even the idealist background of the theory, Lenin could say, in Russia, the theoretical doctrine of social democracy arose altogether independently of the spontaneous growth of the working class movement, it arose as a natural and inevitable outcome of the development of thought among the revolutionary socialist intelligentsia. 25. Furthermore, Lenin's view of the political and social context, a view which was soon confirmed by events in the shape of the 1905 revolution, made the political and organizational preparation of the revolutionary forces, and particularly of the proletariat, a matter of urgency. In this situation, the cult of spontaneity, represented most notably by the economist Marxists, seemed to him little short of criminal. Lenin was also convinced that he possessed the Marxist key to the Russian Revolution. All this helps to explain the violence and intransigence of his attacks on any opinion which deviated by as much as a millimeter from what he regarded as the revolutionary Marxist line. It also helps to explain his tendency to exalt the role of theory and organization, and his total condemnation of any concession to spontaneity. According to Lenin, the spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology, because the class struggle in itself produces only trade unionism, and trade unionism means the ideological enslavement of the workers by the bourgeoisie. Hence, our task, the task of social democracy, is to combat spontaneity, to divert the working class movement from this spontaneous trade unionist striving to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. 20. To those who accused his group of setting up their program against 631. The movement like a spirit hovering over formless chaos, Lenin replied. But what else is the function of social democracy if not to be a spirit that not only hovers over the spontaneous movement, but also raises this movement to the level of its program? 21. Lenin says that the direction taken by the working class movement will depend on the outcome of the struggle between socialist ideology and bourgeois ideology, which has enormous power, being both the older ideology and one of the many instruments of the state and the ruling classes. This is an idea which can be found in Marx, but with the important difference that he regards the working class movement as tending spontaneously towards socialist ideology, with the proletariat as the central agent in the ideological struggle. For Marx theory also has a function in the struggle, but this is to contribute to the formation of the revolutionary consciousness of the proletariat, not to replace the real motive force, the proletariat's revolutionary activity. In contrast, in Lenin's writings, the proletariat appears as the object in the ideological struggle between the Marxist theoreticians and the bourgeois ideologists. And to the degree that it is also an agent, its tendency is to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie. Lenin also sees a need for a powerful instrument which will be able to keep the weapon of revolutionary theory sharp for use both against the ideology of the bourgeoisie and against the ideology spontaneously secreted by the working class movement, an instrument which will be able to reverse the tendency of this spontaneity. This is the instrument which will implement the famous Leninist maxim, without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary party. The precise content of this maxim, in its context in what is to be done, is as follows: the revolutionary movement has to be created on the basis of theory, on principles, a policy and plan worked out in advance by the Marxist intellectuals who are the custodians of scientific socialism. This powerful instrument is the party as seen by J.R. Lenin. Confronted with the cult of spontaneity, Lenin introduced into the history of Marxism orthodoxy, the bearer of socialist consciousness, the organizer and leader of the working class and the decisive instrument of the revolution. 632. If Lenin borrowed the fundamental theoretical principle of his conception of the party, that it should be the bearer of a socialist consciousness external to the class, from Kosky, he also derived the organizational principle partly from his admiration for the magnificent organization that the revolutionaries had in the 70s, and that should serve us as a model. This is only one source, there was also a German one, as we shall see. In Lenin's view, the Social Democrats had the duty of creating as good an organization of revolutionaries as the Zemlya I Volya had, or, indeed, an incomparably better one. 28. Lenin did in fact follow this model, but also improved it. His central figure was the same, the professional revolutionary, with, apart from a few exceptions, the same social origin as the professional revolutionaries of the 70s, the intelligentsia. In spite of Lenin's insistence on the need to transform advanced and educated workers into professional revolutionaries, the results remained insignificant, especially as regards the leading group. This was a logical result, given the theoretical level required by the party for entry into the leading group and the average cultural level of the Russian proletariat. The general organizational blueprint for the party was similarly taken from the populist model of the 70s, which Lenin, adapting Plekhanov's analysis, described as follows: At that time there was a well-organized and splendidly disciplined center, around it there were the organizations, of various categories, which it had created, and what remained outside these organizations was chaos, anarchy. 29 Lenin proposed a similar structure for the Marxist Party, a central organization of professional revolutionaries with organizations of non-professional revolutionaries around the center and subordinate to it. The whole structure was to be strictly centralized, hierarchical and disciplined. To leave no doubt about the type of organization he had in mind, Lenin used military language. The thing we need is a military organization of agents. Our tactics as plan consist in demanding that all efforts be directed towards gathering, organizing and mobilizing a permanent army. The task of this army would be to lay effective siege to the enemy fortress and prepare the assault. They would be troops who 633. When the moment came to attack, will not be overwhelmed by the masses, but will take their place at their head. 30 In its organizational principles, the type of organization envisaged by Lenin resembles that of the enemy, which Lenin described as a purely military, strictly centralized organization, led in all its minutest details by a single will. 31 One of the main instruments of this enemy organization was the political police, and Lenin claimed that the mass of the workers were incapable of fighting effectively against the political police because the struggle against the political police requires special qualities. It requires professional revolutionaries, trained professionally no less than the police. 32 This attitude easily gives the impression of an attempt to transplant into the running of the party the autocratic and bureaucratic principle which pervaded the Tsarist political system. So strong was this feeling among the leading Russian Marxists of the early years of this century that most of them, from Plekhanov to Trotsky, made it an explicit part of their polemic against Lenin. But Lenin could reply with solid arguments, based on an analysis of the period in which the Social Democrats had worked by rule of thumb, with no central leadership or plan. It was easy for him to show that democracy in the party was impossible under the Tsarist police regime. The type of organization he advocated did correspond, quite clearly, to particular demands of the revolutionary struggle under Tsarism. The organization of professional revolutionaries, supported by the subsidiary organizations of non-professional revolutionaries, was an effective instrument for carrying to the spontaneous movement, to the unstructured working class organizations, to the student movement and the peasants, the political line worked out by Lenin, and for introducing into this chaos the beginnings of a national organization. It was an effective instrument for subordinating the workers' movement and the revolutionary movement as a whole to the leadership of the party, which was the possessor of theory and consciousness, and had a precise plan and aims. This explains why Lenin was supported by a considerable group of the Russian Marxists, in spite of the hostility of important figures. Besides this, Lenin's revolutionary genius, his ability to make a detailed analysis of a particular situation, led him to make corrections to 634. The norms and ideas of what is to be done? When the revolution of 1905 showed that the spontaneous movement of the masses did not inevitably tend to take refuge under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and was capable of enormous revolutionary initiatives. In his writings of 1905 and later, Lenin stresses the great importance of these initiatives. In November 1905 he went so far as to say, the working class is instinctively, spontaneously social democratic. 33 Following on the limited political freedom extorted from the government by the revolution, Lenin proposed some democratization of the internal organization of the party, and the Tammerfors Conference adopted the principle of democratic centralism. The practical effect of this resolution was, however, largely limited by political conditions. It would be wrong to interpret these corrections as a fundamental revision of the view of the party put forward in What is to be Done, One Step Forward, Two Steps Back and other writings of this period. The essential relation between the party and the class remains unchanged. The party is still the custodian of theoretical truth and consciousness, understood in the sense given them by Koski, which Lenin never rejected. The class cannot become the revolutionary class without the party's leadership, in the strongest and most immediate sense of the word leadership, and only if the party gives the class a socialist consciousness and educates it politically. It is the party which controls the class and not the other way round. It substitutes itself for the class each time the class strays from the path laid down it by the party, and it is always the authentic representative of the class even if the class does not recognize it as its representative. What remains unchanged, in other words, is the external character of the party's relation to the proletariat. It is external to it in the origin of its title to leadership, which does not derive from the class but from a theory developed outside it. It is external in the way it is linked to the class, which is reflected in the normal expressions, according to which the party, to be invincible, must base itself on the class, establish links with it, place it under the leadership of the party, and so on. The external character is also 635. Reflected in the distinctions which Lenin insisted should be made between the party and the mass organizations of the working class, especially the unions. The difference followed from the subordination. All the mass organizations were to be under the leadership of the party and accept its authority. In Lenin's eyes, the Soviets could not be genuine organs of working class power unless they were placed under the authority of the party. The party, in other words, is the central agent of the revolution. The activity of the class is, at the most, secondary. Secondly, the essential element of the organizational conception of the party also remained unchanged. In the Leninist conception of democratic centralism, centralism always retained priority over democracy because it became associated with the extraordinary powers which, according to Lenin, were essential to the leading organs, with the exaggeration of the importance of leaders, their permanence and power, which enabled them to condition, overwhelmingly in normal conditions, the exercise of democracy by the base and lower organs. Lenin was indignant at the action of the demagogues who made the workers distrust all who bring them political knowledge and revolutionary experience from outside, and supported his argument with a reference to the German Social Democrats. Political thinking is sufficiently developed among the Germans, and they have acquired sufficient political experience, to understand that with one out the dozen tried and talented leaders, professionally trained, schooled by long experience, and working in perfect harmony, no class in modern society can wage a determined struggle. 34. Lenin was to continue to admire the German Social Democrats' organization for the authority and stability of its leadership right up to the betrayal of 1914. Lenin did not think that the essence of his organizational views reflected specifically Russian conditions, though those conditions did give them some characteristic features, deriving basically from the struggle against the political police. Again following Koski, he declared that the fundamental differences over organization between Marx 636 ist orthodoxy and revisionism could be summed up in the formula bureaucracy versus democracy. Bureaucracy versus democracy is in fact centralism versus autonomism. It is the organizational principle of revolutionary social democracy as opposed to the organizational principle of opportunist social democracy. The latter strives to proceed from the bottom upward, and therefore, wherever possible and as far as possible, upholds autonomism and democracy, carried to the point of anarchism. The former strives to proceed from the top downwards, and upholds an extension of the rights and powers of the center in relation to the parts. 35. Rosa Luxemburg in her criticism singled out this identification of revisionism with democracy, and there can be no doubt that these criticisms of the best qualified representative of revolutionary social democracy outside Russia were a faithful reflection of Marx's ideas. Ultimately, the structures and operation of the party as advocated by Lenin were nothing more than the organizational embodiment of the conception of the party as an external force dominating the class. They were a means of giving the party, in fact the leading group, independence and preserving its power of decision, not only to work out and put into practice specific policies, but also to work out theoretical orthodoxy. For this it was not enough for the party to have its own organization, distinct from that of the class, since the organization would have to have links with the masses and so be exposed to outside influences. In addition, the organization had to be protected from spontaneist ideology, and to ensure this the power of decision had to be concentrated in a small and particularly hard core and, within this core, in the leader, who was regarded as the source of the group's cohesion. As early as 1904, Trotsky had summed up perfectly the logic of this conception of the party tends to take the place of the class, the central committee that of the party and the leader that of the central committee. 36. The Bolshevik victory of October 1917 canonized Lenin's theory of 637. The party, in the same way that the defeat of the German Spartacists and the Italian Workers' Councils discredited the ideas of Rosa Luxemburg and Gramsci, which were close to those of Marx. The Communist International was based totally on Lenin's theory, and the supranational character it acquired reinforced and accentuated the external characteristic of the relationship to the party which were part of the Leninist model. The central body of professional revolutionaries was a distant and mysterious world to the working class movement of each member country. The loyalty owed by the professional revolutionaries of each national section to the central body as part of their work also kept them much more apart from their own working classes than was the case with the Bolshevik professionals. The way in which the sections of the Comintern were established also reinforced this tendency. Whereas the Bolshevik Party had been formed out of the originality of its national revolutionary movement, with a base of autonomous theoretical and political work, the formation of the Communist parties represented, to a greater or lesser degree, a break with the revolutionary traditions and experiences of their countries. Where the Bolsheviks' break with the Russian forms of opportunism was the result of a complex and prolonged process of ideological and political struggle, the Comintern and its sections broke with Western opportunism by the use of authoritarian and bureaucratic methods, symbolized by the conditions for membership. This was the source of the exceptional difficulties experienced in most cases, by the new parties, in their efforts to become established in the working class movement. If they nevertheless succeeded in staying in existence and in some cases, very few, acquired sizable memberships, this was because they embodied a revolutionary will which attracted the most radical groups of the proletariat, because they shared the prestige of the October Revolution and, not least important, received financial support from the Soviet state. These last two factors, however, also helped to increase the dependence of each section on the controlling body established in Moscow, which controlled the funds and identified itself with loyalty to the October Revolution. In addition, the Bolshevik ruling nucleus of the Comintern regarded 638. Its theoretical authority as even less open to question than that of the Bolshevik group of 1903, since it had been validated by the great victory of 1917. Neither the resistance of the real movement of the world, and particular of the working class organizations, to their ideas nor the refutation by the actual course of events of Lenin's theoretical model of the degree of maturity of the revolution in advanced capitalism shook their conviction that they possessed the key to the scientific interpretation of history. This course of events, in their view, could only be a superficial, episodic, deviation from the theoretical predictions which the strategy, internal structures, and procedure of the Comintern had been designed to fit. There was no need to reform the new creation, quite the reverse, its ideological purity and organizational structures should be preserved at all costs against the time, not far off, when the world revolution would resume its progress and take on the predicted forms. For these reasons all the movements, and there were many in the early years in various sections of the Comintern, which fought for a degree of political and organizational independence from the Moscow center were resisted with Bolshevik intransigence. The new orthodox view of world revolution required the retention of the organizational forms of the World Party, and these in their turn provided ideal protection for the new orthodoxy against the influences of the outside world, which were at this moment openly hostile. This led to a growing stress on the external character, the tendency to substitution, the rigid centralization and hierarchy inherent in the Leninist model of the party. The overall effect was an increasing split between the Comintern and the real world. 7. The groups within the Comintern which were struggling for autonomy found a natural ally in the opposition to Stalin's group within the Bolshevik Party. This opposition proclaimed a struggle against bureaucracy and demanded respect for Leninist norms, the re-establishment of proletarian democracy, and so on, and therefore after Lenin's death the struggle of Stalin and his allies against Trotskyism and other oppositions within the Bolshevik Party was naturally closely linked with the struggle against centrifugal tendencies within the Comintern. This did not exclude, however, indeed, it entailed, episodic alliances with either to defeat whichever seemed at any moment the more dangerous. 639. For this reason the struggle against the left or the right within the Bolshevik Party cannot always be seen to be in step with the struggle against the left or right in a particular section of the International. These labels obscure the real nature of the struggle, though often accompanied by predetermined political positions. It was in fact the working out of the conflict between the process of centralization in ideology and organization and the centrifugal tendencies. The winning of autonomy became the necessary precondition to the working out of any policy, revolutionary or reformist, which could have an effect on reality. The policies dictated by Moscow had a peculiarly deadening quality. They were neither revolutionary nor reformist, but abstract and ineffective. Bolshevization meant precisely this. Efforts to win autonomy were to be finally crushed in order to ensure the complete subordination of the Comintern to the Stalinist fraction, which was given an ideological justification by the doctrine of socialism in one country. This sharpened still further the contradiction between the Comintern and the demands of the revolutionary struggle in the different countries. The chapter on the dissolution of the Comintern showed that the arguments with which the executive of the Comintern justified the dissolution in fact admitted that the Comintern had foundered on the national factor. This admission, however, was based solely on the organizational characteristics of the Comintern, and took great care to avoid saying either that these organizational characteristics were an inseparable part of the Leninist conception of the World Party, or that the contradiction between the Comintern and the national factor which resulted from this conception became markedly more acute when the Comintern became the unresisting tool of the Stalinist state. In defense of their abandonment of any form of international revolutionary organization, the liquidators of the Comintern pointed to this contradiction between the Comintern and the needs of the revolutionary movement at national level. In fact, however, the experience of the Comintern did not prove that there is a contradiction between national requirements and any institutionalized or organized form of internationalism in theory or practice. It demonstrated no more than the failure of the Comintern form, the failure of an external form imposed. 640. On the international proletariat and subordinated to the needs of a national state. The failure of this experiment supports the belief that the expression of proletarian internationalism at all levels can only be the organic product of the international revolutionary movement accepted in its diversity. To this possibility Marx's ideas on the First International, which have already been mentioned, remain of great relevance. The transformation of the Communist International into an alienated and alienating institution, at the service of the new ruling class which established itself on the ruins of the democracy of the Soviets, was brought about by the successive elimination of groups, ideas, or figures which were sources of conflict within it. This process did not succeed in re-educating all the early members of the International, and this is one of the main reasons for the rapid drop in membership. Those who could not be assimilated found themselves expelled or left voluntarily. New recruits entered an environment which was both more conditioned and more conditioning, but a similar process of selection took place among them. This is the source of the enormous fluctuation caused by the entry of members and their departure which all organs of the Comintern incessantly deplored. Between 1921 and 1928 the Comintern lost more than half its members, which means, given the fluctuation just mentioned, that the great majority of the early militants had abandoned the International or been expelled. They included a sizable proportion of the leading groups in each country. The only member of later intakes who stayed were those whose degree of ideological alienation, unquestioning adherence to dogmas and leaders, nearly always associated with a strong spirit of sacrifice and aggressiveness, was sufficiently high. At the moment of the switch to anti-fascism the Communist International already possessed all the characteristics of what Marx meant by sect. Marx's own description had referred to the mutualist Proudhonians, the Lassalleans and Bakuninists, whom he called a sect which tries to assert itself against the real movement of the working class 37 within the International. However, these characteristics were much more strongly developed. The Comintern's internal organization went much further in preserving dogma, making a cult of authority, mechanical discipline, and a mania for secrecy. 641. It was this sect which took in and educated the wave of young people who entered the International in the years of anti-fascism, and who, like previous intakes, saw in it the banner of October, the custodian of revolutionary Marxism. The new recruits entered the Comintern imbued with a hatred of fascism and unlimited enthusiasm for the new world which seemed to be rising on the ruins of the old Russia as one 5-year plan followed another. In addition to their hostility to fascism, the distinctive feature of these new communists was their total lack of any critical spirit towards anything which carried the Soviet label, a disregard for theory, since all important problems were solved from above, and what was known in party jargon as practicism. Those who were interested in theory drew their basic nourishment from the works of Stalin. No one came to Lenin except through Stalin. Marx came a long way behind, in third place. It was this generation which provided the middle-rank organizers and many of the leaders in the period of the resistance, the liberation, national unity, the Cold War, the people's democracies, etc. This fact is fundamental to an understanding of the behavior of most communist parties after the dissolution of the Comintern. After all this, it is not surprising that the vast majority of communists in the 30s should have accepted completely the official version of the Moscow trials. Their attitude was encouraged all the more by the coincidence of this acute phase of the Stalinist terror with the great propaganda campaign around the new constitution, which, Stalin claimed, set the seal on the epoch-making fact that the USSR had entered a new stage of development, the stage of the completion of the building of a socialist society and the gradual transition to communist society. 38 At the very moment that the terror struck Soviet society, Stalin was describing that society as a haven of freedom, whose citizens enjoyed freedom of speech, press, assembly, inviolability of person, inviolability of domicile and privacy of correspondence, and the complete democratization of the electoral system. All these freedoms were genuine because they were not vitiated by the exploitation of man by man, but were based on socialist ownership of the means of production. According to Stalinist propaganda, there was no contradiction between this perfect socialist democracy and the Elim. 642. A nation of the most representative figures of the Bolshevik old guard since, as history showed, all revolutions have their renegades. Why should it be a matter for surprise that the greatest revolution in history should have the greatest number of fiends, lackeys of the fascists and agents of foreign espionage services, to use the scientific Stalinist terms? From the moment at which they became enemies of the people, the heroes of the October Revolution were transformed, in Stalin's own words, into white guard pygmies and insects. 39 In the eyes of the world's communists, only professional slanderers, agents of the bourgeoisie or of fascism, could cast doubt on Stalin's story. And not only in the eyes of communists, but also in those of a great body of workers and anti-fascists, who, while disagreeing about certain aspects of the Soviet regime, nevertheless regarded it as socialist. Could socialism be compatible with lies and crimes as monstrous as those denounced by the Trotskyists, bourgeois liberals, social democrats, and reactionaries of every type? Communists did not just believe in the Stalinist account of the trials, it became an essential part of their ideological and political formation. Thanks to Stalin, the inspired leader, and to his unfailing vigilance and wisdom, the theory and practice of the working class movement was being enriched with an understanding of new phenomena, the diabolic means to which the class enemy could resort in his efforts to halt the triumphant march of socialism, phenomena which Marx had not foreseen. Formed in this school, communists were prepared in advance to understand, and interpret to the newcomers who joined the parties in the heat of the victory over Hitler, the repetition of these phenomena in the years of the Cold War, the transformation of the leading communist cadres of the people's democracies into as many new fiends and agents of all the espionage services of imperialism. The secret of the Stalinist Party's enormous alienating power over successive generations of revolutionaries was its status as the embodiment of a great myth. This myth grew out of the event which, more than any other in the 20th century, aroused the hopes and illusions of the proletarian masses and all progressive forces, the October Revolution. According to the myth, there was being built in the Soviet Union the first society not based on the exploitation of man by man, the first society based on real equality and freedom. This great myth created 643. Another, that the Stalinist Party was the unchallengeable bearer of revolutionary Marxism. For this reason, even when the crisis of the Stalinist Party began to show itself, first in the Communist International and later in the national parties, in the process which has been analyzed in this book, the crisis still could not enter its decisive stage until the great myth had been shattered. This is the historic importance of Khrushchev's secret report. Khrushchev's report begins the stage of general crisis in the communist movement, which will be the subject of a subsequent book.